We are live, Matt. This is Taggart Van Etten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. We are going to be bringing you to the Dome, the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But first off, I'm your co-host, Rob Ricardo.
I'm your other co-host, Matt Feldick. It's finally here, Rob.
The day is here.
The day is upon us. Let's go.
Yeah. Runners are out there. That is your live look right now at the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're inside. Several dozen runners are making lots of laps around the track.
Yes, they are, and this will be the site of a world record falling today, Rob. I'm calling it right now. The 100-mile world record is going down today in this very building in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I'm going to have to agree with that. I mean, Taggart Van Etten is the most determined, most confident runner, really person I've ever talked to. He's, I keep saying there's definitely comparisons to Steve Prefontaine with that determination, that fire that he's got, that he's going to bring to the track.
Yeah, and like I said last night on the pre-race show, a lot of that I think is derived from his training. You know, he ran over 8,000 miles in the last 12 months. So, if I had that kind of volume under my legs and was able to stay healthy doing that, I would be supremely confident in my ability as well. He broke the treadmill world record at 100 miles already earlier this year. So I definitely don't blame the Morden, Illinois resident for being supremely confident.
That is right. Yeah, he's been training since January 2nd, to be quite specific, for this day. He said he took New Year's Day off and that he started his training. And included in that training was, as you just mentioned, that treadmill world record at 11:32. 11 hours, 32 minutes on a treadmill in a bar in Illinois.
Yeah. What are you saying about bars in Illinois, man?
I'm saying that's like the way to break a record.
No, for sure. And I think the way he did it was really cool, where there was a lot of fan engagement for that event as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shout out to Taggart. Super excited to follow along and to bring you all with us as we watch this journey.
Yeah, and again, this is a live look at the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Look at the city skyline in the background.
And, of course, this drone footage is coming to you courtesy of our very own Jamil Curry, who got us on the TVE, the Taggart Van Etten train, because he is certainly one of the most exciting runners to watch in quite some time. So we're going to bring you inside for a bit. This is the scene right now inside the Pettit National Ice Center. You can obviously see why it's called the National Ice Center. We got a little bit of a pickup hockey game going on there, and that concrete lane between the track and the ice rink, that's where speed skating usually happens. It's the Olympic Training Center. And, of course, that 3-lane track is where the 24-hour runners will be starting in about 24 minutes. Currently on the track is the 48-hour runners that started yesterday morning, as well as the Friday 24-hour runners. So essentially there's 3 different distances here, Matt. There's 4 different distances. That's correct. There is a 48-hour race, which started yesterday at 9 a.m. Central. Same time, a 24-hour race started. And then this morning, the second 24-hour race started, of which Taggart is using as his stage, because it is a USATF certified course, using it as his stage to set the world record, to go sub-11. And, of course, Sunday starts the namesake of the event is the 6 days. So 6 days in the track, of which Joe Fegis, I believe, has the record of well over 500 miles. So it's quite the event.
Yeah, it's a very robust offering. That is for sure. And this race is where the world record was set a couple years ago by Zach Bitter. However, that record was recently broken in Lithuania, I believe.
It was. By a Lithuanian in the UK.
In the
Correct.
UK. Thank you.
Yeah, Sanya, or also known as Alexander Sorokin, with 11:14:56. 11 hours, 14 minutes, 56 seconds. No problem. And that's the thing is Taggart is not just going for the world record. He is going. That's why you see it up on the top right of your screen. 10:59 or bust. 10:59 or bust.
Shout out to the Run TV merch line.
Yeah,
courtesy of our own Aravaipa Artworks here.
Yes, the Run TV merch line. We these are for sale, and I will say that 50% of the proceeds will go to Taggart VanEtten himself, because he has but one sponsor, the great SaltStick, who is also the presenting sponsor of this broadcast. He is without a shoe sponsor, without a kit like a running kit sponsor. So anything we can do to support Taggart would be greatly appreciated here. So check out the Run TV line. But 10:59 or bust is the way to go. And he said he'd rather DNF at mile 90 than to just barely break the world record at like 11:13.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, it speaks back to it's a different mindset.
Yeah,
you know,
is.
Sometimes you would rather burn it hot and blow up and know that you gave it a fair crack than to just coast through and run, an hour or 11 hours in 14 minutes flat,
right.
or to slightly miss it but have given a really good effort. Sometimes you just want to burn it hot and see what you can do.
Yeah, it's all or nothing with him, and that's the way you got to go. I've talked to him extensively in our pre-race interview from a few days ago, which you can listen to on the podcast if you really want to get in the mindset of Taggart. He's all about putting everything on the line, because that is what it takes. When you're at this level, that is what it takes to break records and to run times that are just above the 1%.
Yeah, and I think the most apt comparison I can make is when Jim Walmsley came on to the trail and ultra scene. He made waves because he said in his first Western States he wanted to break the record. And he went out and ran it hot, and he failed a couple times, but eventually he cracked through and, shattered the record. And so sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes it takes a couple tries. Sometimes it takes, trying and not succeeding. But at the end of the day, you have to be confident in your ability, and you got to give it a fair shot.
That's absolutely right. And I want to just point our attention over to the chat room. So if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook, we will have the chat feeds up so we can interact with you. It's actually our favorite part of doing these live streams, is interacting with the fans in there. Speaking of fans, we've got Galvi in the chat, who is all about EIEIEIU. Matt, you want to just lay all that out? What is EIU and why is it relevant to Taggart?
Well, the fact that you don't know what EIU is, Rob, is actually quite disappointing.
I know what it is.
It is the home of legends. It is where men and women and everyone are fostered from youth to adulthood.
Tell us what it stands for.
Character is made. It is the greatest educational institution in this country, Eastern Illinois University in the Charleston, Illinois. So shout out to Galvi in the chat. As you can tell, proud EIU alum here, and you're going to hear about it a lot today. But definitely EIEIEIU. Let's go.
I believe that Galvi is one of Taggart's boys, one of the crew.
Good.
That he said he's going to have a few of his best buds out there crewing for him alongside. You'll see as we'll get cameras on it later. You'll see the tables out there where the crews will set up. And Taggart has he's got his plan dialed in. He said he's going to be popping his few salt sticks every hour. Or really every 52 salt sticks, I believe, every 15 to 30 minutes he was going to pop. And he's going to mostly fuel on gels and just keep trucking along.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got his nutrition strategy dialed in, especially on the salt stick and electrolyte front, making sure that he is, replacing the electrolytes that he's losing through sweat via his primary sponsor, SaltStick.
Absolutely. And SaltStick, of course, if everybody out there wants to try SaltStick at a discount, they do have a special discount code for all of our viewers today. It's world record, one word, put in world record at saltstick.com, and you can fuel just like Taggart. But yeah,
as you're working up a sweat watching this story unfold,
yeah,
you might need some salt stick.
I'm gonna be popping some salt sticks actually, because they're good. They're like sweet tarts for runners. That's dangerous. They're good. I probably would have beat you at Big Pond if I had some SaltStick. I'm just going to say that. Maybe next time.
No.
So the scene at the track here, we're at like the start-finish area where every 4 hours the runners will reverse direction. So yeah, it's right there that on that timing mat. As we saw last night in the pre-show, Bill Schultz, the legend himself, was out there putting the road cone down and announcing that it was time for the runners to switch up their direction.
You know, and we saw some good dance moves around the turn there. And you brought up the question, you know, what will Taggart's dance moves be around the cones? And just knowing some of the fine establishments he would have visited while in college at EIU, I can promise that there will not be very many like real good dance moves broken out.
Oh, you're not confident on the dance move?
Not
breakdown?
confident on the dance moves.
No. Well, good thing that the real goal is not to be the best dancer. It is to be the new world record holder and the first person to go under 11 hours for 100 miles. As again, there are those crew tables right there, and I believe that is the one Nick Curry himself getting ready. He will be running in the 24-hour distance. And there he is right there. Bib 122, Nick Curry, Aravaipa Racing team member.
Yeah, and again, a lot of our focus here will be on the man himself, right there, Taggart VanEtten, EIU's finest. However, there are a lot of other storylines that we'll be showcasing here, Rob.
And we've got plenty of hours to lay those out for y'all. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of the 48-hour runners just plugging along. We saw Marissa Lysak out there in the yellow singlet. And, of course, Olivier LeBlanc. But there he is.
And there you go, the Bartonville Bison, where Taggart is a teacher.
He is a K-8 PE teacher.
You know, I saw on his Instagram, his kids were sending him off with some letters and some posters. So know that this effort's not just for Taggart, but all those who support him. So shout out to any of the Bison out there who are watching their teacher try to crush another world record here.
Absolutely. And Andrew Buck in the chat says, let's get the party started. It is absolutely underway. Well, I guess this is the pregame because we are less than 15 minutes away. And you can see Taggart has the flash shaved into his head, as he told us. And on the other side, he's got that 10:59 because it is all about 10:59 or bust.
That's what it's all about. You know, he's called his shot. He's saying, no, 11 hours, 13 minutes, that's not good enough for me.
Did you see all the
more?
He's got his whole corner on that table for his crewing setup. I saw like 11 bottles of SaltStick. And as he told us, he was going to be rocking those Alpha Flies. He said he found a deal online, got a fresh pair of Nike Alpha Flies, went out for spun the legs for a few miles in the I think on Thursday for the first time. So they're pretty much out of the box. So we'll see how those carbon-plated shoes serve him.
I believe we've got a running jam cam right now.
Yeah, this is the best. Hey, Jamil, we can. What's the scene out there?
Yeah, they're calling everyone over to the starting area for the 24-hour runners today, so we're heading over.
Awesome. Is that Nick Curry just laying out some strides right there?
Striding out. Yeah, he's striding out a bit.
Got to loosen the legs up before a race like this, Rob.
Yeah. How is Nick feeling this morning, Jamil?
I think he's feeling good. We had a nice little walk over from the hotel. We're doing a little pre-race meet.
There's Nick, also rocking the Nikes.
Sorry.
If you're just joining us, we are about 12 minutes away from the start of the 24-hour distance at 6 days in the Dome. where Taggart Van Etten will be attempting to obliterate the world record with a sub-11 hour 100-miler. Right now we are just listening in.
So make sure you wear both at all times, otherwise you have to bend on the hard.
There's the man of the hour right there. That is Taggart Van Etten in the orange Nikes.
That's the same thing. 362 pounds, 363 laps. That's the official If you leave the building at any time, please bring your ankle transponder so you know you're no longer on site.
I don't know, Matt. I'd say it's safe to say he's looking quite fast.
Around the cone.
And there's Bill Schultz.
Glad to see Bill last night directing folks around the cones there. We saw some great dance moves. If you're just joining us, we are tuning into the pre-race briefing here for the Saturday 24-hour race.
And I don't know, Matt. It's got to be I feel, as Taggart told me, he said he's not nervous, but he knows he's anxious, and you can tell I'd probably be anxious to start. It's just standing there knowing I got 10 more minutes before I can let the legs loose at 6:36 pace.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the moment where it's not necessarily nerves, but the anxiety, the excitement is certainly coming through for a lot of these runners. And I can imagine what Taggart's experiencing right now, just from where his head's at. He's probably really excited, just wants to get it going. And he's got to try and stay relaxed for another 9.5 minutes or so here.
I do want to point our direction at the chat. We do, Tafore does say, let's go Larry Orwin, right there in the white hat.
Yeah, so I think he is bib 135 for the 24-hour 2-day. So I think he's just in the back of the shot there, his shorts, the black jacket, and the
Hocus.
If you are in lane one, it's single file only. The lanes are big lanes. You're not running side by side in lane one. It's lane one.
Yeah. Ohio representing, they're saying in the chat with Larry there. You know what's something I'm looking forward to pretty much just as much as watching a potential world record go down, Matt, is learning more and more stories of all the runners in here out the way and talking about the backgrounds of the entire field. It is a smaller field. We have just over 30 entrants, which is obviously much different than your standard road races, and it's even pretty small compared to your trail races. But nonetheless, it'll be a packed track out there. And there's Taggart speaking with Nick Curry himself right there.
Trying to get a little words of wisdom from the wily veteran Nick Curry there. This is Taggart Van Etten's first fixed-time event.
And there you see on the left side of his head, he had 10:59, which is that target time. He had it shaved into his head just a few days ago, as he told us he was going to go to the barber, get the flash on one side, and get 10:59 on the other. Certainly a man of his word.
It's the person, it's the responsible person doing the passing to get behind.
We are just minutes away from the start of this Saturday 24-hour event. The primary focus is on the man in the white in the background there with the bright orange Alpha Flies, Taggart VanEtten, as he tries to break the world record for 100 miles and tries to become the first human being to ever run 100 miles in under 11 hours.
That is just lightning fast, Matt. I do want to point out that at the start of this race will mark the end of the first 24-hour race, which went underway yesterday, 9 a.m. Central, and currently Tor Goodmanson from Helena, Montana, is in the lead. He has put in just over 124 miles. That's just under 200 Ks for our folks elsewhere. And of course, the leader in the first 24-hour on the women's side is Heather McComb from Columbus, Georgia, with 100.8 miles at last check. But it looks like Tor Goodmanson will pull away with the overall win, as he's got an 80-lap advantage with just under 6 minutes to go. And you can see Taggart is already taking selfies. He is.
Bathroom, water, and
They can hear you right now.
they can hear me.
Yeah.
They can hear me. Cool. Yeah, 5 minutes. Like I said, bathroom, water, and I'm ready to roll.
All right, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And there it is. You heard it from Taggart himself. His little bat. He's gonna take a bathroom, have a little more water, and roll because he's got 5 minutes to go. Jamil, can you feel the tension out there as we get ready to watch?
Yeah, I mean, I'm nervous right now. Do you have anything to say, Steve? Our race director here, Steve Durbin.
Thanks for being here. I'm right here to document this great day. Hopefully we'll get the world record back here at the Taggart Center and in America where it belongs.
Tell us the benefits of this type of venue.
Oh, this venue is it's 443 and a half meters, so it's oversized and it's indoor. The climate control, 55 degrees, humidity is maybe 35, 40%. So perfect running conditions. It's not going to rain on it. It's not going to get hot. It won't get windy. It's just an awesome facility.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
And big thank you to Steve Durbin for allowing us to film this event.
I mean, you heard it right there, Rob. He wants to bring the world record back to America, back to the great state of Wisconsin, and back to the Pettit Center where it rightfully belongs.
That's right, because the previous world record was set right here on this track by Zach Bitter at 11 hours and 19 minutes. And that stood for a couple years until, again, Alexander Sorokin took it down in April.
Ben Luderback in the chat. How does Taggart not have a sponsor? I just wanted to call that out, Ben. I think we'll probably dive more into detail on that a little bit later.
Yeah. Well, he does have one great sponsor, and then he does have SaltStick. So SaltStick is Taggart's sole sponsor right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could go. I could talk for days about how ludicrous that is. That his only
there
sponsor.
You go. Look at that 6 days buckle right there. And there, Bib 122, of course. We'll be talking about him a lot. That is Nick Curry. We want to wish him, of course, the best of luck. You know, the great thing about these events, you just meet legend after legend coming through in the Dome.
Yeah, I mean, this segment of the ultra running space is a very close-knit community. So it's really cool to see, you know, various legends of the track ultra running subsport out here supporting one another, just out supporting that kind of space, that part of the sport.
Absolutely. And we are seeing some more encouragement in the chat here. Leanna saying, whatever it takes, Tag, get it. And whatever it takes has been one of his mottos. Obviously, he was blasting that theme song this morning for himself. And it's certainly the mindset you have to have. You know, he's willing to throw down and put it all on the line. And you can see the clock right there. We are under 90 seconds. I'm interested to see. I'm getting goosebumps, and it's not like it's a trials event of any sport in which, you know, it's going to be over pretty quickly on the track. We're going to be here for, well,
14 hours.
My prediction, at least as far as Taggart's goes, we're going to be here for about 10 hours and 52 minutes.
Well,
so
we'll be here longer than that.
We will be here for full, 13 or 14 hours of coverage. We will be restarting the stream after 7 hours because that's just the way things go with stream limits. But we're going to be here for it, and we're going to hopefully see not one but two world records set because, again, there is the 12-hour world record up for grabs. So if Taggart runs, let's say he runs 10:59, he'll have an hour and a minute to trot. I say that loosely, to trot about 6 miles to take the 12-hour record as well. So we'll see. You see him that is Taggart Van Etten in the orange Nikes, the white singlet. And this is great. Right next to our very own Nick Curry. And that's Bill Schultz there in the blue jacket. You'll see plenty, and they're off.
And here we go, and straight to the front he goes.
And there he is, leading the charge in the white singlet. I'm gonna, we'll let the first few laps go, and then I'm curious to see what kind of pace he settles into. Again, the goal is for Taggart to settle into around 6:36 pace. There's the rest of the field there.
And you're really getting a 2-for-1 with this live coverage right here, Rob, because we have also an excellent view of what appears to be youth ice hockey in the background. So not only are you going to get to witness, some amazing track and field ultra coverage, and there is Jake
There's
Jackson.
The man. He's switched up his kit. He was in the matching teal rabbit hat and shirt. And now he's still color coordinating. So
yeah, he's not rocking the Aravaipa teal anymore. We do appreciate him supporting the brand yesterday with his outfit choice. He's into more of a neutral gray, and maybe that's his closing day attire.
Yeah, he is one of the incredible 48-hour distance runners out there,
and I believe is on the U.S. 24-hour team for Worlds.
There's Nick Curry in the bottom of your screen.
And another interesting storyline to kind of follow along with is Miss Jamila from the great city of Atlanta, who I knew of during my time in Atlanta, but she was registered for the Friday 24-hour race. She is in the Saturday 24-hour race. And then she's also signed up for the Sunday 6 days.
6 days.
She's
doing
she's
8 days in the Dome.
I believe she's training for Vol State. I could be mistaken there, but I do believe that Miss Jamila is training for Vol State. But that is a very interesting storyline that I am 100% here for as we continue to bring you coverage from the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That is absolutely right. So we'll get eyes on Taggart again soon. It'll be quite often. Of course, you heard the 443-meter track. We've got a couple cameras out there. If only we could follow him along the way, but that would probably constitute as pacing. So we wouldn't want to do that, obviously. But this is the stage for potentially 2 world records today.
And I believe right there in lane 1 in the bright yellow is Marissa Lizak, who is in the 48-hour race. Just continuing to make her journey.
Yeah, she's just plugging along, laying down the miles. Yeah, Marissa, let me check the most updated tracker. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's put in 139 miles.
There is Taggart.
He's already
lost
the singlet. I was looking for the white singlet. It lasted but 2 or 3 laps, and the singlet is toast.
Yeah, so I mean, even at a chill 55 degrees in the Pettit Center there, must still feel a little warm when you're running 630 mile pace.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's about 3/4 of a mile in to a 100-mile plus, potentially 100-mile plus day.
Yeah, and other people to watch, other athletes to watch in this race, aside from the aforementioned Taggart Van Etten and Nick Curry, Jacob Moss also in this race, another member of the U.S. 24-hour world team. So we will be following along as he tries to go after a big performance today as well.
That's absolutely right. Is that Shamila right there, actually? I can't get a bib read.
I cannot get a bib read either. That might be her.
And here you see him coming in again. Taggart Van Etten in the black shorts and the orange Alpha Flies. Checking his watch, staying on pace. You know, we had a lot.
So pacing here is going to be actually pretty interesting. I assume that he has it dialed in, but this isn't a 400-meter track. You know, so on a traditional outdoor track, for instance, your split calculations are 4 laps to a mile-ish, you know? Whereas in here, it's going to be a little bit different. So I wonder if he has calculated, well, I assume that he has calculated what he would need to hit per lap at 443 meters a lap.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he's told me he's aiming for around the low 6:30 pace. Of course, 6:36 is the target pace, essentially one step faster than 6:36 will get you 10:59.59. But again, we spoke with Taggart Wednesday, so you know, a few days ago, and he wants to go for 10:49. 10:50 was that target.
Yeah, and to put this in perspective, the world record is 11 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's not necessarily just aiming to break the world record. He's aiming for what he feels his potential is. You know, he's aiming to basically crush that world record.
Yeah, it really is. He would just demolish it at that point. Look at him
There you
coming
see
through.
him
There he is
coming
right there.
through.
Man of the hour. Man of the 11 hours, really.
Wow.
Some interesting attire from
Was
some of the
that-
others.
Was that
Nacho
clown face
Nacho
paint?
Libre? I think it was like more of like a
Was a
Nacho
mask.
Libre.
Wow. We'll have to do a better job at identifying that outfit as we continue to bring you coverage of Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. We are looking live at the 6 days in the Dome 48-hour race, which is in their second day, and now the start of the Saturday 24-hour race.
And we're talking about taking how much time he would have to take. Taggart would have to take off the current world record to run a 10:50, which would be the A plus pace, really. And
Well, there went our guy. I still can't confirm whether it's clown face paint
no,
or
it's like
Nacho
it's like a wrestling, like the wrestling
Libre.
masks.
Like a mask. Nice. And you can do that in the Pettit Center. And here he is, right here. Let's see if we can sort this out a little bit more.
Try to get a zoom on him.
I don't know. Either way, shout out to that guy because that is awesome.
And there's Nick Curry in the white singlet, and of course Taggart Van Etten sans singlet. He is just plugging along.
Yeah, I mean, right now, he's going to make it look really easy. This is a pace that should feel very comfortable for him right now. So I think the when we're really going to know a little bit more is how does he look? How does his form look when we're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in?
Yeah.
So when we're getting into those like earlier stages of fatigue, if his form is still looking pretty solid, I think we'll be able to tell a little bit more as to the kind of day he's going to have. But, I mean, right now we're 10 minutes in. He should look that good for someone who has put in the miles that he has and has the overall fitness that he currently has.
Absolutely.
I think
He's averaging about 151 a lap. So as you pointed out, Matt, doing that math in your head as a runner, it's obviously a lot different because you are
And then we
not
got
on a standard
Colin.
track.
Sorry to interrupt, Rob. We got Colin Slavin in the chat. How long is the track? 200 or 400? I believe it's actually 442 or 43 meters.
443 and change, yeah.
Yeah, so it's an oversized track, and part of that's because it is at the Pettit Center, which is one of the Olympic training centers for speed skating.
That is absolutely correct. And you know what? The benefit of a 440-plus meter track is it's less laps to 100 miles.
Yeah. No, I mean, I couldn't imagine doing something like this on like a 200-meter track. That would be absolutely miserable. And here you see Taggart coming through once again. Again, these early hours, he's going to look really strong. I don't think there's any question about that. It's how does he look 4, 5, 6, 7 hours in, and then how does he handle it when things start to get really hard? Because at some point things are going to get tough.
Well, as tough as it gets, we'll be here for it. Speaking of tough, Jake Jackson, again, coming through the screen, looking strong in his 48-hour race. But yeah, as I was saying before, he would have to take 24 minutes off the current world record to run 10:50. And as crazy as that sounds, he took 37 minutes roughly off of Zach Bitter's treadmill world record. just last month. Look at him just cruising. So you know what? I think limits are set by the person, and if you believe that they're not there, you're able to break them. And as he said on his Instagram, he is unstoppable today. Actually, let's pull up that post from today.
Go ahead and give that a like. Live on air.
There he
you
is.
See him. You're gonna see a lot of Mr. Van Etten today.
Coach V.
Shout out
As he's
to
known.
Jamil Curry, Aravaipa founder, for being out there and getting us some really incredible camera setups. So
Yeah.
we've got a lot of coverage of the 443 meter track here, where we can bring you a more comprehensive package.
That's absolutely right. And I'm just stoked that live streaming is becoming more and more of a thing in this sport. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of it in the track world with our friends over at Sidious Mag, and it's making its way into the trail world, of course. So this is a kind of a nice combo. It's a track ultra, so we've kind of got both things happening here, and it's a pretty perfect event to be the first live stream of this nature, at least on the Steep Life Media Network.
And here is wow.
Picked up the pace there.
Face paint guy, Nacho Libre mascot. Yeah, he waved at the live stream. Love it. Man, he was flying there.
There's Taggart.
I don't know. That guy in the mask might have been running faster at that point. But no, Rob, I'm super stoked to be here and to be bringing everyone watching like comprehensive coverage of a sport that doesn't, a side of our sport that doesn't get very much coverage. Not many people cover the track ultra scene live, and I think there's a lot of really great stories there, whether it's Taggart's or whether it's Nick Curry's or whether it's Mr. Mila's. Like, there are a lot of really amazing stories and a lot of people doing some really amazing things this weekend, and we are 100% here for it.
Yeah, he either it's just me or he's picking up his pace every lap, because every time I go to switch to the camera, he's back on the camera I was on before. So he's just looking smooth, but of course, a long way to go. There's so much love for EIU in the chat. Again, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, join in on the chat. We love connecting with y'all, and we are here to answer your questions.
Rob,
and
I
get
just
you
have
as
a
much.
question real quick.
Yeah.
Did you just say the word y'all?
I did. Well, I've
You're
been
from
hanging
Long Island,
I've been
man.
hanging out with you too much.
You're from Long Island. I don't think they say y'all up there in Long Island.
No, it came out, and I realized, I was like, wow, I've been connected at the hip to Matt Feldick, and it's coming out. Once I start saying, what all are you doing, then I'll know that I've fully embraced your vocabulary. And there's Taggart again.
And so we do have some clarification in the chat. The track is certified at 443.45522 meters. So that is the certification of the track. So if you give me 1 second here, I will try and do a little bit of quick math. Let me get that exact number, 45522. So that's going to be roughly 3.63 laps per mile. So a little over 3.5 laps per mile, which means he needs to run, well, he would need to run 363 laps for his 100-mile world record. And there you see him passing by again. And again, not everyone, there's Olivier LeBlond, who just ran by at the bottom of your screen in the blue, who is also on the U.S. 24-hour team. He's in the 48-hour race, and Olivier is an extremely talented runner in his own right in the in kind of the track ultra scene here. So let's actually let me find this real quick so that we can pull up. And there you see Olivier LeBlond from Arlington, Virginia. He was third place at the 2019 World Championships for 24-hour, and he was the 48-hour champion at the 2019 6 Days in the Dome. So you just saw him pass through not that long ago. His average lap time as of right now is about 1:57. His last lap was 2:25, so you can tell he's over the halfway point, but he's still moving. But, I mean, there's a number of talented runners in both this 24-hour and 48-hour races that are going on right now.
Absolutely.
That appears to be Mr. Nick Curry.
Yeah. And if my math is correct, Taggart has settled into a low 7-minute pace, but that is just based on our latest splits. If you can see if you can get us a
let me
more accurate update, which actually wouldn't be surprising. He said he was going to pick it up along the way, but
let's see if we can pull this in, which I'm not sure what's going on with the average lap time is obviously not showing correctly, but let me see. Yeah, so 1:50 per lap. Let me do a little quick math here again, Rob. Look, a little quick math. And there you see both Taggart Van Etten and Nick Curry there. So actually at 1:50 per lap, he would be on 11:05:30 pace. So I don't trust your math that he's running 7-minute pace.
no, I go with yours. I'm using the on the race result tracker. If there are any folks that watch Cocodona, we know that myself and math should not be the combination. Yeah, Skid Lewis. Wow, 362.91 laps. Thank you for that, Skid. So yeah, if you guys are enjoying this coverage and we want to get more and more people on here as Taggart inches closer to the record, please like and share the stream. Hit that like button. Share it with your friends. Jump on Instagram. Tag Steep Life Media.
Yeah, and ultra running history in the chat. The surface here is going to be pretty hard, not spongy. Yeah, so I think that's actually probably by design. This firmer track surface is it's going to be a different surface than most of your traditional outdoor tracks even. But that firmer surface is going to give you essentially a higher energy return. So you're not going to lose as much energy into the soft, cushiony track as you would on, say, an outdoor track. So a lot of like the faster outdoor tracks in the world have a similar-ish surface to this because it is quite a bit faster. Obviously, for 100 miles, you have to factor in shock absorption as well.
That's There's Nick Curry. There's Marissa Lysak again in the yellow singlet for the 48-hour distance.
And I believe she is the first female. She is the female leader currently for the 48-hour distance, and I believe she is in second overall. And so you can see here she is a very accomplished runner herself. She's on the 2021 U.S. 24-hour team, 2020 and 2019 Desert Solstice 24-hour champion, hosted by your very own Aravaipa Running here in the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix. And she was the 2020 3 Days at the Fair 48-hour champion. So she certainly has quite the resume and is a super talented runner. And so you saw her just moments ago pass through in the bright yellow singlet that she has been rocking from the start. You saw her pass through there not long ago. And so we did have Michael Glass in the chat. As a runner and hockey dad, I thoroughly enjoy both sports in one stream. Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to bring you, like, multi-level entertainment.
We might be breaking into the hockey live stream.
I mean, should we start broadcasting some of this hockey stream?
Maybe we can get some intel on that pickup game down there, and we'll see who's winning.
But there you see Taggart coming through once again. Again, I expect nothing less than him to look really strong right now. I think we'll know a little bit more a little bit later on in the race.
Yeah, he's about 3.6 miles in, according to the most updated result on my race results, the official tracker for 6 days in the Dome.
Yeah, so Skid Leroy is saying, I've not found any live tracking. The links to the live tracking from 2 years ago. Rob,
yes,
you found the workaround here, so
I did,
why don't you address that?
Yes, so Skip, that is not our website, so we're not able to update it ourselves. But if you go to on the 6 days website, actually, you know what? I should be able to put this. I'll try to get it in the chat momentarily. I don't think it won't allow me to send links in the chat. But if you go to the 6 days website, which is run6days.com. Go to event details on run6days.com and scroll down about halfway. It'll say 24 and 48 hours. It'll be a myraceresult.com link, and that'll take you to the most updated, the 2021 results.
And Rob, I've got some breaking news for you right here on the live stream. Mama VanEtten is in the chat.
Mama VanEtten's in the chat. Love to see it.
She said she appreciates us being able to live stream this. She can't be there and is excited to follow along. And we've got the jam cam right here as Taggart moves on by. He's got the headphones in. He's probably listening to some Imagine Dragons, according to his Instagram earlier. But and here we go.
Taking a bottle from the crew and passing it off to his buddy, who I don't know was ready for it. I think he might have just come out of the porta potty.
That was a very well-trained NASCAR-style pit stop.
It was.
Maybe even better.
These are his boys. He said, you know, they were out there, I believe, for his 1219 at Tunnel Hill. They were there for the Treadmill record, and of course, they're here for the world record attempt.
Yeah, I mean that was quite impressive. It was quite impressive.
Yeah, it really was.
There you see the man we mentioned earlier in the blue right there, Olivier Leblond, I do believe.
That is definitely him.
We're going to try and capture some bibs here if we can.
35.
135?
Believe so. And there's a look at Taggart's crew and his crew table.
I believe bib 135, if that is who it was someone who was mentioned in the chat earlier, Mr. Walter Orwin.
There he is. Ohio representing.
The Ohio native. Well, I don't know if he's native, but
A current Ohioan.
a current Ohioan. And there we have the man who needs no introduction, Mr. Nick Curry, Aravaipa Zone.
Looking fast. Looking fast in those alpha flies.
Running a very controlled race right now, which is very Nick Curry-esque. You know?
He is. He's got everything, every distance, every terrain so dialed.
And
I believe
that appeared to be
that was a salt stick
a
handoff.
salt stick handoff.
That was a salt stick handoff.
That
was
appeared
smoother
to
than
be a salt stick handoff.
Yep, it's confirmed, Matt. Salt stick handoff right
Yeah,
there.
There we go.
I believe he was going with the salt stick caps there.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about salt stick,
He was going with
Rob,
these ones right here.
the only electrolyte product specifically designed to, to mirror the electrolytes that you break down during sweat. So, they're cleanly sourced and their ingredients are buffered. So, he's doing a good job at trying to replace the specific electrolytes he needs based on what he's losing in his sweat. And that's courtesy of his sponsor and the sponsor of this live coverage, our friends at SaltStick.
Absolutely. And, of course, SaltStick is offering everyone a 20% discount. Just go to saltstick.com and use the code WORLDRECORD at checkout for 20% off your electrolyte needs. Matt, I'm feeling super excited. Like I know we're still over 10 hours away from a potential world record, but I think we're going to start the hashtag here for it, because I think us and all 104 people watching right now are hashtag here for it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I know that there's been a lot of EIU love in the chat. I'm getting text messages over here from EIU alumni who are watching. So shout out to everyone who attended the greatest educational institution in this country, Eastern Illinois University, which has produced the greats like Taggart VanEtten and Tony Romo and Jimmy Garoppolo. So shout out to everyone who is tuning in. We really appreciate it. And we are beyond excited to be bringing you coverage of this world record attempt and of this track ultra race. Again, many more storylines to be broken down as you see Taggart coming through there. And it looks like we're either at halftime of the hockey game or hockey game might be over, Rob.
Well, the Nets are gone. We might be seeing some Zambonis coming out there. And here's Taggart. It's like clockwork. He's just man, he's looking smooth.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pace and a rhythm that he's very familiar with. This isn't him going out and running 5K effort. This is a pace that he has run, over and over again. So it should feel pretty smooth and comfortable to him right now. And I don't think he's going to have any issues at holding on to this pace for the foreseeable future.
Again, for those questions in there in the chat, we'll try to update on the chat, but verbally, if you can hear us, it's 400. The track is 443.45522 meters to be exact. That's actually a great question, Matt. You'd be a good one to ask for this. So Charlie Seymour wants to know how accurate his watch is. Is the dome affecting his GPS?
Yeah, I don't know that he's showcasing any like GPS data on his watch right now.
Yeah, I would
Like,
imagine
I think that is basically out the window, just given the infrastructure in place in the dome here. So a lot of concrete, a lot of pillars, stuff's going to be blocking that signal. He likely has his splits planned out by what he needs per lap, and then he is probably getting a lot of his like deeper data from the foot pod he's wearing on his shoes. I believe it was a Stride foot pod. I could be wrong, but it appeared to be a Stride foot pod. So he'll be getting a lot of like data from that and less from the GPS of the watch. But my guess is he is likely going more based off of lap splits. So I mean, he's going to be getting data points essentially every minute and 45 to 2 minutes. So he's probably going more off of what his lap splits are as opposed to what like his current pace or average pace is. He probably has that dialed down, I would imagine.
I believe this might be Jamil giving us an update saying that Taggart wears a Stride foot pod. I did see that on the laces on his Alpha Fly. So
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. I wasn't sure if it was specifically the Stride brand. It looked like it, but I believe we have confirmation that it is a Stride foot pod. Yeah, and Ultra Running History saying when they ran there 2 years ago, GPS didn't work. Yeah, you're gonna need either data points from FootPod, but he also likely has his lap splits dialed in. Sarah in the chat, do you guys predict any walking, or do you think he'll run the whole way?
He's running the whole way. There's no way.
The only time he is going to walk or not be running is when he needs to reprieve himself to use the restroom.
Yeah.
That is the only time he won't be
He'll
running.
just step right off. You saw the porta potties are actually right near the crew area. Probably step off, and a minute or so later come right back out. Charlie Seymour, I bet Nick Curry feels weird getting past. He usually doesn't get past. I think Nick's one of the smartest runners out there. He's obviously just running his own race, and I think he's going to put in a very stout 100-mile time today.
Yeah, and shout out to Charlie Seymour, because we got to meet Charlie Seymour in person.
Oh, this is the Charlie Seymour.
Yeah.
Gene Charlie Seymour. Yeah.
Yeah, he got to witness firsthand, Rob.
Hello, Charlie.
Crushing you at Big Pine.
He did get to see that.
So
as he blew,
shout out
as
to,
he passed
Charlie.
us in his now famous cat shorts.
Yeah,
I'd like to point that out.
Correct. Those shorts were fire, though.
Yeah, I got to
wear
order a pair.
Yep, the Zamboni is out on the hockey. What do you call it? The hockey rink?
It's a rink, Matt. It's a rink. Come on
I wanted to say the hockey court, but it's clearly not a court.
I thought you were the sports guy.
Yeah,
I was the extreme sports guy.
We don't have ice hockey in Southern Illinois. I'll tell you
really?
that.
Okay,
I
good
will
to know.
tell you that. But I think that means that we're pretty hopeful that there will be some more hockey action as we continue to bring live coverage.
That is
from the Pettit Center.
And if you're just joining us, there is the man of the hour, Taggart Van Etten, in the black shorts and the orange shoes, plugging along.
You know, Rob, I think the question that I have is when Taggart breaks this world record, when he runs 10 hours, 58 minutes, and some change.
Yes.
Is there going to be an EIU flag for a victory lap? That's the only question. It's the only question I have.
An EIU flag on the track for the victory lap.
Yeah, like, you know,
Because
how
I know there's
at
going
like
to be one in the studio.
At like the Olympic trials, which are happening right now, you know, athletes will take their flag, or at the games, you know, athletes will take their respective country's flag, do a victory lap. Will Taggart have an EIU flag or a Bartonville flag? Like, what's his celebration going to be? I know that Mama VanEtten is in the chat. I don't know if she has any insight into whether there will be any celebration once the world record goes down. But personally, I'll be disappointed if there isn't an EIU flag, and I might have to take that up with Taggart after the fact. But
I see one in the studio just behind the camera, so we're all set and covered here, I think.
Yeah, we are set and covered here. That is for sure. That is for sure.
Of course, Matt, an EIU alum himself, as you can see with the coffee mug right there.
Let's go. Established 1895, baby.
Yeah, and again, shout out to all the runners toeing the line at all the distances, the different distances or times rather here. Of course, this being a fixed time event of 48, 24, 48, and 6 days, aptly named for the race. Right now in the lead for the women in the 24-hour race is Tatiana Rapinski of Houston, Texas. She's got 17 laps and 4.68 miles under her belt. Let's see if we can get an some alternate angles up here. There is in the yellow singlet again, Marissa.
And there you see Nick Curry and Run TVE himself, Mr. 1059 or bust.
Just
Taggart
grabbing
VanEtten.
the ball and going. Clockwork. We got to get some shirts for the TVE shirts for his boys, for the crew. Because they are the ones they are, like you said, they are like his NASCAR pit crew team. They just have everything dialed in. They hang out all the time. He couldn't talk highly enough of them on the podcast.
Yeah, well, I mean, your crew for something like this that can make or break. That can make or break the experience. One wrong move and it can spiral downhill if you aren't able to troubleshoot the problem. So they do play an important role aside from just being there and having a good time.
Yeah.
Getting to witness what we hope to be history as Taggart tries to become the first person to ever run under 11 hours
That's
for
correct.
100 miles.
And if he ran 10:59, I mean he would essentially take 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes off the world record.
Well, I mean, if he runs under 11 hours, we might sell out a 1059 or bust merch shirts, which proceeds will be split 50-50 with Taggart. So if you want to support him, again, he has no footwear sponsor. We do have Run TVE and 1059 or bust shirts for sale. So
Link
that you
is
can help
in,
support the cause.
Yeah, the link is in the description on the YouTube and Facebook videos on the support Taggart by buying a shirt, because 50% of those proceeds will go directly to Run TVE. Because other than the great SaltStick, Taggart is without other sponsors. Hopefully that'll change, but kudos to SaltStick for supporting Taggart for quite some time now.
Well, and supporting him in a way,
in
like a very amazing way, right? Like they helped support this live coverage because they believe in Taggart so much, and so definitely a big shout out to them for not just saying, "Oh, we already support Taggart, that's good enough," for doubling down and saying, "No, his story needs to get out there. Let's do this."
Yeah, absolutely.
And there we have Olivier LeBlanc finally calling his name out before he passes our cameras.
He's just moving too fast.
Again, I believe third place at the 2019 24-hour World Championships.
Yes.
And then we have Mr. Nick Curry in the flesh.
We got Bib 147 there coming through. Let's try to get
Yeah.
some info on 147.
If that was 24-hour day 2 participant, that was Steven Yeager. Steven Yeager. I don't know if there are double bibs or like the same number for both 24-hour and 48-hour. I'm currently only in the 24-hour, so
I don't believe there are.
I will scroll and check. Yeah, I believe that is Steven Yeager.
Excited to see Ultra Running History in the chat, by the way. So shout out to them. Yes, it is around 50 degrees in the low 50s because, as you can see, there's an ice rink, which, by the way, side note, Matt, looks like that game is back picked up. So
Well, what I
we
want
got
to
two
know is,
sports
like,
in one.
will this be a day-long thing? Like, is this youth hockey that's going to happen into the afternoon hours?
6 days on the rink.
Boom.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, man. Just think they could have a like, speed skating ultra while the track event is going on. You know, you could
Yeah.
have 6 days on the rink where they are skating laps.
You can
for
get a
6
triple
days.
sport action going on in here.
Boom.
Some of our other feeds, so we'll stay on the mobile feed because I believe our camera feeds up there are getting a little pixelated. So we will look into that, get that checked out. But right now, as you can see right there, Taggart Van Etten coming through strong.
Let's go ahead. Oh, we got the jam cam following him. Jamil is running and getting dropped right now. I think that the 100-mile world record on the track training is a little bit different than the hard rock training Jamil is currently undertaking there. But Jamil doing all he can to give us some comprehensive coverage there. So you could definitely see that Taggart was moving pretty well there. Let's go ahead and check in on his last lap splits. And again, his average lap time is on this screen here. It's currently incorrect, so we will continue to work through that. But his last lap time was 1:52, so again, he's been right around 1:49 to 1:52 most of the day here.
I think average lap is actually his overall distance. I think there's just a glitch in the titling and what's coming up there because he, based on his speed, that would work out to be the same. He had been running at that point just about 43 minutes. So, because we are now 45 minutes into the start of the race.
And Rob, you got to talk to Taggart earlier this week in our pre-race interview, which you all can obviously check out on the old YouTube.
Yes.
Did you get any insights onto what his strategy was coming into the day, aside from let's just burn it hot and see what happens?
Well, I mean, it was a lot of that, but he was pretty much saying he's going to go out, he's going to set the pace, and he gets around those last 10 miles, he'll pick it up if he needs, but he is going to be out there running 6:30 pace on average. So it was more of having that nutrition strategy dialed in. You know, he would step away occasionally to go to the bathroom, come right back out. He'll pop a couple salt tabs every 30 minutes and take in his fluids and just have that world record pace front and center on his mind and his crosshairs.
And Mama VanEtten in the chat, sorry, I'm just getting to this. I don't believe he took an EIU flag with him.
Ooh, it's all good. We'll have one in the studio, so we'll have a virtual EIU flag out there on the track.
Mrs. VanEtten, I hope that at some point you can share my level of disappointment with your son. However, I'm super excited that he's given this a crack and he's still going to crush the world record. I will have an EIU flag in studio to celebrate, so I think that makes I think that makes it all right, you know?
Yes.
And Casey in the chat, if my math is right, 148 to 149 per lap is 11-hour pace. And there we see Jake Jackson live on screen, and now Nick Curry. And we have a shot of the man himself, Jamil Curry, in the background rocking his Run TVE merch. So obviously you have seen the shirts Rob and I are currently wearing. We also have the Run TVE shirt in the red color scheme there, and then we have the 1059 or bust shirt in a blue shirt with white and teal text as well. So again, the link to shop that store is in the description on both YouTube and Facebook. And once again, 50% of those proceeds are going straight to Mr. 1059 or bust himself, Taggart VanEtten. So Skid Leroy in the chat. If the posted splits are right, he's at about 11:11 pace right now. I know he had planned to go out sub 11. Yeah, I think his initial plan was to try and run 6:30 pace, which would put him at 10:50 pace, 10 hours 50-minute pace. And so I don't know if he's just trying to work into it or what's going on, but I mean it's still so early that I don't know that it matters a ton, but yeah, I think that there's so much race left that he's certainly going to be fine. And you can see here runners coming through. We got bib 147 there. Wait, that was I think that's Mr. Steve Yeager, who we saw just moments ago and checked in with. You see Nick Curry coming through. I'm going to try and capture some of these bibs here. We got bib 132. That was Fiona McMillan, who came by with bib 132 just moments ago. Bib 135, I believe that... Let me just double check. I believe that was Mr. Orwin, was it not? Yeah, that was Walter Orwin. So I may have identified the wrong person earlier. But that was Walter Orwin, who just recently passed through the feed.
There's Olivier again.
And ultra running history on
was
social.
Jennifer
People are
Summers.
annoyed by the occasional walkers in lane 1. Explain the rules. I mean, the rules are pretty open to interpretation. I believe it's if you're giving your best effort, you stay in lane 1. And the outside lanes are passing lane and double passing lane for the most part. However, some people will move to the outside lanes to walk. It just depends on your preference. But the one thing that you don't want to do is be moving to the outside lanes as you're starting to be passed. So you want to let the runners passing you identify their line and run their line. And so it's actually, to be perfectly honest, it's probably better for someone like Taggart if everyone just stays in lane 1 and he just has to go to lane 2 when he's passing. That saves him a lot of weaving in and out. So yes, he's running longer than the certified distance because he's running in lane 2 for a lot of the time as opposed to lane 1. However, he's not having to weave in and out of traffic, which will also slow down his pace.
There's Nick Curry coming again. Bib 122. That was Luis Gomez, bib 126 from Clearwater, Florida. You saw it just coming through there. He is in the 24-hour race as well, with 5.2 miles under his belt. Rich, we have not, because this is the home for us at Steep Life Media, but we appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of track events going on today, so it is the perfect day to, hopefully you timed it as a rest day, or maybe you got your miles in early so you can sit on the couch and take in all the different events coming in. Because, again, we will be here until around 10 or 10:30 p.m. Central Time is our goal, because Taggart, if he does the 12-hour record, of course, that'll put him at 9, and we'll want to chat about things for an hour or so. But, yeah, Rich, we do appreciate that. And, yeah, there is Connor on your left.
Rich Myers in the chat. Have you guys?
Oh, Matt, you stepped out for coffee. We were just chatting about it. We're
were you?
occasionally stepping out to refuel our coffee. We are fueled by coffee and SaltStick here right now. So,
Rich, that's hilarious. Rich does a lot of the Aravaipa races here. I believe Rich was up at Big Pine. While I didn't get to chat with him, I believe he was up there. But yeah, I think that USATF should probably just outsource the coverage to Steep Life Media in the future. I think that we could provide an alternative commentary and feed for the people.
we're certainly here for it. So again, if you are following along, be sure to use the hashtags 1059 or bust, as you see in the top right of your screen, and there's the man himself. And of course, hashtag RunTVE. Hashtag RunTVE, Matt. That is this is a design that you, of course, dreamed up. Of course, it has classic, nostalgic, rather, I'd say, design principles. But it's all about the Taggart Van Etten. You jump on the TVE train. Coach V, as his students call him. They've got to be stoked watching him today.
Yeah, well, I mean, shout out to either Run or DMC, whoever came up with the logo concept, because that is obviously the inspiration that many have leaned into for shirt concepts like that. But
when I lived in New York, there was not a single running shop that didn't sell Run NYC shirts. So
yeah.
Just
and
up the live
earlier, Rob, we got to see Jamil in the back of this very shot, rocking the other color scheme of the shirt you were wearing. Yeah,
I believe that's on the performance.
That is on the more technical material. And there is Nick Curry. Let's see, what bib do we have here? 136. Let me see who the other shirtless man was that you just saw run through there. Bib 136 was Robert Palmer. So right there on your screen, Mr. Palmer, he is in the 24-hour race. So right now we are going to have the Saturday 24-hour race participants and 48-hour race participants, both out on the track right now. And there's Taggart right there, and Olivier LeBlond in the blue.
You know what I love about these? It's like essentially a live reaction video for us because it's all unfolding. That's what I love about live content. There's nothing pre-produced about it. We're all just like, it's on the line. The record's on the line.
And there
We'll
you
just
see
watch it all unfold.
Mr. Jake Jackson out in the outside lanes grabbing some nutrition, continuing his journey. He's in the 48-hour race, which started at 9 a.m. yesterday. So he is over the halfway point, and yeah, he's continuing along. Yesterday, I am a little disappointed with Jake's wardrobe change because yesterday he was rocking the Aravaipa colors. I thought that it was to support the brand, but maybe it wasn't.
Subconscious support is good enough for me.
Yeah, no. Shout out to Jake. He's doing a great job, and another member of the U.S. 24-hour world team.
I keep thinking that the guy in the NASA sweatshirt is Mike Wardian. When I look quick, it's obviously not. But if you look quick, it does kind of look like Mike Wardian.
When I look quick, I think it's Pete Mortimer.
There you go. I could see that as well. It's because of the white knit, like the white trucker,
Yeah.
backwards trucker, yeah. Nick Curry just running his own race, as he does.
Again, a very standard Nick Curry race so far.
There's Taggart. Yeah, Nick is one of the most dialed runners.
Well, very data-driven.
Yeah.
I believe, and so he has things dialed in to a T, knows what he needs to do. We saw that on the Black Canyon live coverage, where he started way in the back and worked his way up into third place by the finish. He runs strategically, he trains really hard, and knows what he can and can't do based on his training, and then he executes.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, he's one of the, I'd say he's like the poster boy for running your own race, which is like you hear a lot of people talk about. It really is important. And against this, your opponent in a race like this is typically the clock. This is the kind of race that people will go out there to beat themselves and to beat see what they can do on the clock. So it's not so much about finishing first as it is grabbing a PB and your personal best. Sometimes it happens to also be a world record.
Yeah, that's what this sport is all about. And one of the things that makes like this side of trail and ultra running or the ultra scene interesting is this is very translatable, right? Like you can take this time and this time is like if you run 11 hours for 100 miles on a track, that can be directly compared to running 11 hours and 14 minutes on a track. You know what I mean? Whereas you can't really compare ultra race times across courses. You can on a track. So again, I believe that the crew table you can see on the left side of the screen here, that is Taggart VanEtten's setup right there. Here's another handoff. Get a swig. Then throws it to his crew. Him and his crew really have that fueling strategy and exchange dialed in.
They're in the chat. I know they were excited about getting some merch, so we'll definitely make sure to hook them up this week with that. I did catch that too, Mike. Bib 148, some legendary hair for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying
We have
to
another
pull
Van
that up.
Etten family member in the chat, Sean Van Etten. I'm going to believe this is his uncle based on some context clues. So Sean, Aunt Donetta, and Sean Van Etten says, Aunt Donetta and I are cheering you on. Love you. Proud of you.
And I believe Bib of 148, who has the legendary hair, is Mr. Jim Arnold. So we will have to keep our eyes open for this hair. I have not identified the hair quite yet, but I am excited to see this hair that the chat says is legendary.
And we've got Taggart's brother Trevor now in the chat. It is our honor and pleasure to cover this, honestly. So shout out to Taggart and his family, his crew for letting us, kind of be a part of this. And of course, to Steve Durbin and the crew at 6 Days in the Dome.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to them for letting us come and bring this coverage to you all. You know, this isn't an Aravaipa race, which are the races we've typically covered here at Steep Life Media. And so it's amazing to be able to bring you coverage of such an iconic event like 6 Days in the Dome.
Yeah. And of course, this event was initially held up in Anchorage. So it would be cold inside and cold outside. But of course, now we're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Milwaukee in June. It's probably not too cold outside.
I've never been to the Midwest, period. So as a Midwesterner, you know much more about that. You're shaking your head that I've never been to the Midwest.
Well, it just reminds our viewers, Rob, you're like how uncultured you are.
I'm from New York.
You know,
and
you're
now I live
from
in
Long
Arizona.
Island and you live in Arizona, but the flyover states mean nothing to you, Rob. And you know that hurts my feelings.
No, I've been to plenty of the Midwest, I should say. I've never been to Wisconsin.
Okay, that's fair.
There we go.
That's better. That's better.
I've never been to Illinois either, Matt, but
Well, you're missing out. Bib 154 here. Let's check in on who we have there. That is Lisa, and I'm probably not going to pronounce this name right. Devona? Devona. How would you pronounce that, Rob?
either Devona or Devana.
Yeah. But
So
Miss
we
Lisa
apologize
there,
for
she
the
is in the
pronunciation.
48-hour. Based on our tracking here, I believe she has completed around 442 laps.
Keith DeSanti. Taggart reminds me of David Goggins. I could see that. I still stand by my Steve Prefontaine comparison. I think their mindset is so similar. And, of course, his uncle Sean is predicting – wow, getting down to the second. Taggart's uncle Sean in the chat is predicting a 10:46.42 for 100 miles. That –
I don't know what I'm going to do if he hits that exactly, but something needs to be done.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously. I mean, if you hit that spot on to the second, I don't know what the plan is, but there needs to be a plan for your reward, Mr. Sean.
Yes. If he hits that, I also think that you, since it's more fitting for your hair, should get 10:46 shaved into your head, just like the way that Taggart has 10:59. If he runs 10:46,
Mr. Van Etten, if he runs 10:46.42, I will get it shaved into my head.
there you go. You've heard it here, folks. Will you get the flash on one side and 10:46 on the other, just like Taggart? Well, he's got
No,
10:59.
Sean's choice. Sean's choice on what goes on the other side. Within limits. I do have 2 children, so. But
They would enjoy that.
And then Jamil, not only being our sideline reporter, but also being our weatherman in the chat. There's a heat wave in Milwaukee right now. Mid-90s for the highs today.
Yeah.
So
It's
I
gotta feel
believe
good
that
to be
they're thankful
inside
to be
the-
inside.
Yeah. I mean, being from the Midwest, Matt, you probably run pretty well in the colder temperatures.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I think is unique about Midwesterners is you experience both extremes.
It's true.
You know, and I think that's, I mean, 50s, you see Taggart with his shirt off from the gun, basically. I mean, this is probably ideal weather conditions for someone who's still actively living and training in the Midwest.
Yeah. Yeah, those cooler temperatures, I mean, for most people, that's a great recipe for faster times because as your heart rate goes up, your body temperature goes up, and it kind of regulates everything down.
Well, and I think the other big thing, too, is like the mild humidity, you know? So it's not fully dry. I think they said 35% humidity.
Okay.
So it's not fully dry in there, but it's not super humid either. So
That's perfect.
I think that they're doing a really good job of trying to provide the most ideal conditions they can, which they're able to do a pretty good job of since they're in more of a climate-controlled space.
Absolutely. And again, I'm just checking all of our feeds here. If you are watching along, why don't you take a screenshot, share it on Instagram, share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook, hashtag 1059 or bust, hashtag RunTVE. Because you know what, Matt? Whatever it takes, we are going to be here for the whole world record attempt. Potentially 2 world records, as I keep saying. I'm very excited for that moment.
Yeah, and we did have someone in the chat. His last 2 laps were around 1:45.
Okay.
So he was probably using that first hour or so to get a feel for things, get the legs moving, and he's going to lock into that 6:30 pace pretty shortly. And I mean, he's got a long ways to go. I mean, he's got under 11 hours of total run time that he's planning for. So, you know, the journey is still young.
We'll be here for all of it. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Taggart VanEtten's, who is right there on your screen just zipping past in the orange shoes. Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. Great sponsor of this broadcast, and of course, Taggart's only sponsor as of right now. He is already a world record holder on the treadmill, running at 11:32. Just last month. Oh, there's Jake Jackson chatting with Bill Schultz. You see that time on the clock, that's 25:10. That is that clock started yesterday at 9 a.m. Central to mark the beginning of the 48-hour race. So 25:10, the quick math, of course, we're an hour and 10 minutes in. Roughly hour 10, hour 11 minutes in to the 24-hour race, of which Taggart VanEtten, TVE, Coach Fee, is using as the stage to set a USATF certified world record. You know, he doesn't even look like he ran for the last 25 hours, just chilling.
Yeah,
like he's hanging out.
He just, yeah. He looks like he's just having the time of his life still. You know, looks like he just strolled in from his car and is just here hanging out to spectate. You know, Jake Jackson looks good, and there
I
you
will
see
say he's
Taggart
definitely
rolling through.
adding on to the laps. How many times Taggart's lapping him, though? Because he did joke with us on Instagram. Jake said, how many times will Taggart lap me? I think he's lapped him about 4 times since he's been chatting there with Bill.
Yeah, so
But it's
on
all for
Instagram,
fun.
Jake Jackson definitely said that that was the real question, was how many times he gets lapped. We were going to try and bring in a Jake Jackson lap counter into the feed, but we couldn't make it happen. So we don't have the Jake Jackson lap counter, so we're just going to be making numbers up in terms of how many times Taggart's lapped Jake, and I hope that Jake is here for it, you know?
I know we will be.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So I've got to say, Matt, this is our second time side by side commentating, live streaming an event together. Of course, last month we did the Cocodona 250. Was that last month? It feels like
Yeah.
a year ago.
Yeah.
But about 5 weeks ago, we did the Cocodona 250. This is the 6 Days in the Dome. Taggart. The Taggart 100.
This is the Taggart show.
Yeah. How does it feel? How do you feel?
Oh, it's great. It's great. What excites me most about bringing this coverage, aside from Taggart being an EIU alum and a fellow Illinoisan, is that this is like a segment of the sport that doesn't get covered much. You know, I mean, you'll see some news articles here and there about, qualifying for the 24-hour world team and things like that. But, I mean, look at all these people out there who are stepping onto this track with the sole purpose of seeing how far they can push themselves. And I think that that's really awesome and something that excites me because there's just a lot of really amazing stories out there from Olivier LeBlanc in the 48-hour and Jake Jackson and Marissa Lizak in the 48-hour to Taggart VanEtten going for the 100-mile world record to Miss Jamila running 8 straight days, basically. I mean, the storylines are endless here, and it is really exciting. You know, it's not as scenic maybe as the Bradshaws, you know, or as the top of Mount Eldon, but the challenges are still just as robust that these runners are facing.
Absolutely. And that, to segue a little bit there was a question in the chat. Who are these other runners? So if you are just joining us, this is part of the 6 Days in the Dome event. So on the track today are participants in the 48-hour timed fixed time event and then the 24-hour. Of course, the 24-hour is the stage that Taggart is using to attempt the 100-mile world record. So there are... Yes, okay. So how much time and miles have passed since the start? Granada Trails is asking us. So about an hour and 15 minutes since the start of Taggart's race, the 24-hour race. And he, as in the last check, he is 11 miles, just turned over, 11.3 miles. That's 41 laps on this 443.45 meter course. Again, this is an oversized track. And speaking of that distance, Ultra Running History is saying since Taggart is running mostly in lane 2, that adds about 7.5 meters per lap when using a track calculator.
Yeah, and then Skid in the chat, he figured it at about 101.5 miles if he ran the whole thing in lane 2.
Yeah.
So hopefully he doesn't run the whole thing in lane 2 because, however, I will say this, the world records were set in similar instances as well, right? So, most of those people were also having to weave in and out of other participants having to run around other runners. So it's all kind of fair.
Yeah, hopefully he is trying to run the curve, Skid, but I got to say, lane 2 or lane 1, it's, he's with that extra 1.5 miles based on Skid's calculations. I think he's still got this under his belt.
For sure.
even with that potential extra distance by running in lane 2.
Yeah, I mean, the extra distance isn't ideal. I think 1.5 miles is the max. Like, if he ran the entire thing in lane 2. I also think these are shorter or skinnier lanes than a traditional track, I believe. So that also would factor into the calculation as well. But nah, he's gonna be fine. Gonna be fine.
Absolutely. All right, let's check in. Let's see if we can get some other bib numbers up. Let me check our other feeds. Of course, to the left of your screen, that is Taggart's crew. I've got his fluids and his potpourri serving of a variety of SaltStick electrolytes on hand. It's pretty primary. His primary fuel and nutrition. He's going to be popping the electrolytes, as he told us, by way of SaltStick, and then he's going to have his fluids and potentially some gels. And just keep plugging along.
Yeah, no, I think, having been working with SaltStick for a little bit of time now, I think he's probably got that electrolyte strategy really dialed in to where, he's utilizing SaltStick to replace the stuff that he's losing in sweat, and he probably knows exactly what his body needs based on his effort level. So.
There he is. I have to say, he just looks like he's coming in just a bit faster every lap. But it may also be because there are 48-hour runners out there, like the one Marissa Lizak in the yellow singlet, that are, of course, they're running a longer distance, so they're running at a slower pace. Excuse me. Yeah, based on his current splits, he seems to be right on his target pace for the world record. And again, please keep the questions, comments, keep it all coming in the chat. We are here monitoring it in the studio in Phoenix at our Steep Life Media Studios headquarters. Of course, we've got our very own Jamil Curry, founder himself, out there in Milwaukee running quadruple duty with multiple camera angles out there, and of course also getting photos for social media to keep us all informed. So we'll be routinely checking in with him and Taggart's crew. But for right now, if you're watching the 1059er bus show, this is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. Just working on getting you some updated lap splits here, or mile splits rather. But so far at last check, Taggart is just over 12 miles in with an hour and 22 minutes on the clock. So if he were to go sub 11, he's still got over 9 hours. 9 hours in the dome.
Yeah, and just based on the most recent lap splits for Taggart, he's been down under a minute 45 for the last almost 10 laps now. So he's definitely starting to get things rolling and is just cranking through. So if you are just tuning in, we are here live. Well, we are live in studio in Phoenix, but we are bringing you coverage of the Taggart Van Etten show, essentially. I think that's what I am now ready to dub it, is the TVE show, which is his 100-mile world record attempt here at 6 Days in the Dome, presented to you by the wonderful people at SaltStick.
Yeah.
So we are about almost an hour and a half into this 24-hour or this 100-mile world record attempt into the Saturday 24-hour race. So, we've only got about 9.5 hours left.
That's all it is.
After the Cocodona live stream, 9.5 hours of
we're in the
coverage.
Home stretch already.
Yeah,
we were in the home stretch before we started compared to Cocodona.
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically. This total coverage will be less than the day one coverage we provided of the Cocodona 250.
It will be. For those of you unaware of what we're talking about, one of Aravaipa's newest races is the Cocodona 250 miler. It was about 257 miles this year, but we did a live stream for that, and I would say that was our training for moments like this, Matt.
Yeah, I definitely think that that live coverage was us just putting in the miles, essentially.
That was our treadmill. That was our equivalent of the treadmill record for the actual big day, which is watching
basically
TVE take on the record in the track. As we just saw him come by the screen, of course, he is in the black shorts. We'll see if he'll be coming again through in this feed shortly, but you'll see him in black shorts with orange shoes. You can't miss him. Also, the one running the fastest currently on the course as he averages the low 6:30 pace in the dome at the Pettit National Ice Center. There he is right there, up just underneath the SaltStick logo, coming down through. Near the Badgerland Striders logo there on the track. Yeah, Matt, we had some questions again for folks just tuning in, asking about the temperature, the humidity. Is it ideal for Taggart? Especially, we've got, obviously, there's an ice rink in here. It's called the Pettit National Ice Center. Why don't you talk to us a bit about that again? Because you are well credentialed to speak about running in the Midwest and what it's like for running distances on the track.
Yeah, this temperature, and you see Jamil Curry right there, Aravaipa zone in the shot. This temperature and humidity is basically perfect.
Yeah.
Especially now that it's more into the summer months outside where it's warmer. Into the 50s is, I think they said the temperature is going to be around 55 with around 30 to 35% humidity. If you were someone who is living and training in the Midwest, I don't know that you could ask for more perfect conditions. No wind. I don't know that there are better conditions, to be perfectly honest, for someone living and training in a place that gets really hot during the summer and really cold during the winter.
Yeah, if you were to manufacture conditions for a record like this would be it. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
So again, Taggart's about a half marathon distance in, according to the My Race Results tracker. He is just over the half marathon distance at 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 29 seconds. He hit 13.22 miles. That's 48 laps on this oversized track inside the Dome in Milwaukee. And again, we want to thank all of our viewers, all 163 of you now tuning in across YouTube and Facebook. We are certainly honored to be chatting with you, chatting with everyone, and watching this all unfold with you all.
Yeah, it looks like Skid in the chat room. He's in a good groove now. Last 7 laps between 142 and 145. Yeah, I mean, he's starting to lock into whatever the pace is. He feels good, or he feels like he can hold for, the next, 9 hours, essentially. I think that's kind of where he is at. Then we did have Dane Richardson in the chat asking what his pace is in minutes per mile. Right now, he is running around 350 per kilometer, which 345 per kilometer is 6-minute pace. So he's running in the low sixes, would be my best estimate without actually doing the math. So that would be probably around like 6:15 for that last lap. He's running really well. So again, we are watching. Again, you're going to see some of the runners here are from the 48-hour, which started yesterday, and you're going to have some fresh 24-hour runners. So that's kind of the big difference in pace here. As you see Taggart coming through, looks like he is taking down a gel, being a gentleman and disposing of his trash in the trash can. And there is Aravaipa's Nick Curry. And one of the beautiful things about this broadcast is not only are you getting to watch track ultra coverage, you're getting to watch some youth ice hockey as well. So, again, if I knew anything about ice hockey, I would probably provide you some color commentary on the event in the upper portion of your screen. But because I know nothing, I will continue to provide you coverage of the man on your screen right now, Mr. Taggart VanEtten.
Yeah. Matt, hockey was my best sport before.
Oh, great. So I can talk about running, and you can talk about hockey.
I didn't say that. I just said it used to be my best sport. Now I can't tell you anything about it. But TJ Gardner said he can help us with the hockey. Yeah, Skid Leroy is now saying averages 6:14 a mile.
Yeah, for some of those last laps, that seems about right.
So I'm not crazy. He is just getting faster every few laps.
Well, I think he took the first hour to just he's not 20 anymore, Rob. He's 25. He's got to give himself some time for his legs to loosen up. But no, I mean, I think he just wanted to stay under control, super under control that first hour and kind of see where he was at. And Rob, have you seen the runner who they said earlier has legendary hair? I know it was bib 148. I still haven't seen that person come by. That was Mr. Jim Arnold. So I think that's something that we need to be on the lookout for as well.
I will have to take a closer look. We'll eventually get some. We'll see if we can get him on the ground level cam when he comes through. Again, on the left side, that is Taggart's crew, and of course, we got some eyes on Jamil Curry there, doing quadruple duty, doing social media, photography, managing multiple cameras. Matt, are we going to go sub 11 on pots of coffee today? What do you think?
Yeah.
Are we going to go?
Yeah, because I can't by myself consume 11 pots of coffee,
Well, that's
and
why I'm
you
here.
basically bring nothing to the table in terms of coffee consumption.
Are you kidding? That's completely inaccurate.
Does anyone in the chat have an over-under in terms of how many pots of coffee we'll go through?
Have we entered pot 2 yet?
No.
No. So it's going to be an underwhelming.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Rob. I haven't even broken into the 100 blend yet. I'm currently drinking coffee that I brought from home this
You
morning.
haven't jumped into that, so that's been me on the entire pot of coffee.
That's not accurate. You filled mine up.
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
so-
drinking 100 mile. We got a 100-mile blend for a 100-mile world record. So that's the way we're rolling here at Steep Life Media.
7. Yeah, I would set the over-under closer to. I think the over-under is going to be probably 2. Is probably where I'd put it at. Although during Cocodona, I think we did get to 3 and change one day, and that was mostly me.
I like to enjoy my coffee. I put some coconut creamer in there and watch the race unfold. And again, there's Nick Curry, bib 122, and that white singlet in the 24-hour race. Of course, Marissa Lysak, who is leading the women's side of the 48-hour race with 146 and a half miles. I love all this chatter about the times and the potential change in distances as Taggart has to weave in and out of lane 1 and 2. And John, you make a good point. Maybe when passing, he drafts for a half second, saves 1/100,000th of a second. Potentially. So again, Taggart's total distance, he's about 14.6 miles since the last time he went over the mat, with an hour and 36 on the clock. That puts him under his split pace, which is perfect because basically we have a breakdown of everything. Is if he's going to go for 636, if he's going to average a 636 per mile split, that's what he'll need to go just under 11 hours. So he will need to hit the 15-mile mark at 1:39 flat. Sorry, at 1:37:30. Oh, no, that's correct. At 1:39 flat. But if he would have run 6:30 pace, he would have to do that at 1:37. He is right. He's right on that 6:36 pace, Matt. Based on just under. I mean, based on the average splits now, because if he hits, because we're about 10:38 local time. Let me check the most updated tracker. 14:8. Yeah, he's right under it. He's just like clockwork.
Well, he's also moving at a quicker pace now than he was at the beginning. Or probably faster than his average pace right now.
Exactly.
So trending in the right direction. He's looking really good. You know, our friends at SaltStick who are in the chat, Taggart is looking smooth. And I believe they are 100% correct, Rob.
Yeah.
I believe that he is looking beyond smooth. And I think part of that is his electrolyte strategy.
It really is, as we saw with his crew. They were using this. They were showing off this specific bottle for these SaltStick tabs that he was trying out, bringing these down 2 every 30 minutes. I believe he said the strategy was, and he was taking some chews as well, and he's just got it dialed in, taking his fluids, keeping it light, taking in his gels.
Well, it's critical.
Yeah.
You know, just because of how important, you know, these electrolyte balances are to like overall muscle function, especially as you
have a master's in this. So like, tell us more about everything about electrolytes that you know, especially as a collegiate runner at I forget where you went to college. Just kidding, he went to EIU. And tell us everything about that. I know you're very passionate about that subject.
Yeah, so I mean, without boring the viewers too much, Rob, basically certain electrolytes, you know, a lot of it is sodium and potassium, play just an important role in muscle function and how your muscle is essentially able to contract and relax. And so as you deplete glycogen stores and start to run lower on electrolyte balances, your muscles just aren't able to function appropriately, essentially. That's kind of the short story.
Well, there you have it. Obviously something that is key when you're running any distance, let alone 100 miles at a sub 6:36 pace.
Yeah, I mean, muscle function is kind of important, right, Rob? I mean, it seems important to me.
I would say it's pretty important.
Yeah, seems kind of important.
And there is...
And I don't know if you saw who just entered the chat there, Rob. The former record holder himself, Mr. Zach Bitter, has entered the chat and is cheering on Taggart. So shout out to
Zach Bitter.
You are an amazing runner and an amazing human, and hopefully this record comes back stateside and to the Pettit Center.
Yeah. That's awesome to see that. I know that Taggart was saying Zach would, texted him like the night before the treadmill world record, which of course he took that from Zach last month, and the camaraderie and the encouragement from your so-called competitors. It's an amazing thing in the sport.
Well, and I think it goes to show the camaraderie on like even just into like this section of the ultra running space, right? I mean, these races don't get covered enough, and there's such a camaraderie in this like track, fixed time, ultra distance space. Yeah. And the storylines are amazing, and just because it's on a track and not in the mountains doesn't mean that the challenge isn't just as epic. Like, I'm sitting here thinking of running 6:30 pace for 1 mile right now, but for 100 miles, that's nuts.
Yeah.
That's nuts. And it's like, it's just as much of a challenge as trying to cover 257 miles from Black Canyon City to Flagstaff. they're just different.
Of which Zach got a taste of that course. I believe he was pacing Maggie.
Nice.
Through portions. Both him and his wife, Nicole.
And there you see Tag coming through here. And I believe that is Mr. Jake Jackson walking in the outside lane, getting some laps in still while on the phone. So shout out to Jake for
when
for
you're out there
on.
for 48 hours, you got other things you got to do. You got to be the chief of multitasking.
For sure.
And you see that there in the chat. Again, shout out to SaltStick. They are hooking all you guys up with a 20% off discount if you put in world record at saltstick.com. You can get electrolyte, the same electrolyte source that Taggart VanEtten is using himself at 20% off. So kudos to you, SaltStick, for supporting and bringing this coverage to you today.
Yeah, I definitely recommend giving them a try, because without them, this coverage wouldn't be possible. And they're the only electrolyte manufacturer where their ingredients are specifically designed to replace what you lose in sweat. So there's a science behind the madness,
If only my sweat tasted as good as the salt sticks. These taste amazing.
Oh, man.
But the lemon lime flavor I had yesterday, I think I ate 2 sample packs of it.
Do you think your sweat will taste like lemon lime?
I don't know. If I ran enough to sweat, which is actually quite easy because it's 115 degrees outside in Phoenix these days. But
well, maybe the energy towards the end of this broadcast will be so high as Taggart inches closer to this world record that you will start sweating, and we'll be able to find out.
Up. And we have the one Dylan Harris in the chat as well. It is becoming a party, and we are #here for it at the Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. And we've got everyone here in the chat. Of course, Dylan is part of the Steep Life Media and Aravaipa team, and he is our in-house documentary filmmaker. Hey, Dylan, I don't know. I think we might have to make your next project a Taggart Van Etten documentary. We'll see if we can get some support behind that. So I know Dylan is probably chomping at the bit because he is obsessed with finding a great story and showing it in the visual art form.
And there Taggart comes once again, and he is looking pretty smooth. And it looked like he said something to Jake Jackson as he passed there.
He probably said, "Get off the phone."
Yeah. Do you think he was talking smack?
No.
That would be pretty cool, though. Like, hey, Jake, on your left. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah. I love the chat. I have the chat up here on our monitor right here, and I can't get enough of it. It's other than the event itself, of course, it is my favorite element of getting to do this live coverage. It's breaking down this wall and bringing you in to the event along with us. And again, we've got some LFG TVE. That could be the next shirt, actually. LFG TVE. In the chat. There's Taggart again, just dipping to the bottom of the screen. And occasionally it's cool. Occasionally we'll have some of his crew jump in on the chat. So maybe, I believe Galvoy is part of the crew. He's been jumping in and out. So if he or one of his other crew members are in there, we can get some more intel by way of the chat. And eventually, if the music dies down in there, we can get some audio up and we can talk to his crew throughout the course of the event. Because this is not one of the events where you want to talk to the runner during it, where like you can with the trail race where they're running slower. And just a completely different nature.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I don't know that we would be able to keep up with him to talk to him very long.
No.
So,
I personally know. I don't think I could run 6:36 for a mile right now. So.
Well, it's a good thing that we have the head honcho, Mr. Jamil Curry, out there.
He can definitely run 6:36 for a mile.
Who could do that?
Matt, we'll see if we can get some runner splits on screen by way of our iPad. So we will try to get that up for you, I believe. Yes, Brian Baker had that question. You got it queued up?
I got it
I'll
queued
bring
up.
it in. I'll bring
Got
it
it
in on
queued
the
up, boss man.
iPad. So there you have it. Thanks for that, Matt. And again, Tatiana Rapinski is still leading. She's third overall and first female in the day 2 in the second 24-hour race. The Houston Texan is about 13.5 miles in on her race. Lisa asks, is Taggart going to run Hennepin and Tunnel Hill? He is signed up for them. I did speak with him a few days ago, and he did say that that is still in his plans. He said, we'll see how today goes. Those races are still in his plans as tune-ups for the big goal. He wants to go after yet another record at Desert Solstice, which, of course, is an Aravaipa event, so we're going to be stoked to be there for that. He wants to go after Janos Koros's record at Desert Solstice in December of this year. So that would just be ridiculous. And I'm really pushing for it. I'd like to see him go for a golden ticket. I know that's one of his top 3 running goals. So maybe we can get him out to Black Canyon where he can throw down in the Sonoran Desert and see if he can punch himself a ticket to Western States in 2022. But right now, it's all about the 100-mile world record. I love that Zach is in the chat. This is fantastic. Zach, if you're in town, you're welcome to come by the Steep Life Studios and jump in as a co-host. I will gratefully get up and let you take my spot. I would be the slowest of the 3 on the track, so I feel like it would have to be me.
Well, I mean, after your performance at Big Pine, where I crushed you, might I remind our viewers, that is 100% true. And we have Jake Jackson pulled up here. And so you can see Jake. We saw him a little bit ago walking on the outside of the track, but you can see very credentialed runner himself, member of the U.S. 24-hour team already. So he's here to put in a solid effort over the 48-hour distance.
I did not realize he is from Loma Linda. I believe that is a blue zone. You know what the blue zones are, man. I guess you do. You know everything.
No? What is a blue zone?
Oh, you don't know that?
No. What does that even mean?
It's one of the 4 or 5 healthiest communities in the world. I believe.
So why do they call it a blue zone?
I don't know. I didn't write the
book.
book.
What does that mean?
I believe it was Dan, a Midwesterner, actually. Dan Buettner, I believe, wrote the book. on Blue Zones, and Loma Linda was the only one in North America.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you can look it up. You've got plenty of time, and you got an iPad right there.
And we just got footage of Jamil.
Oh, there's GM himself.
Jamil over there. I believe that is Nick's aid station, so he's getting stuff set out
Strategically next to each other. I like it.
for Nick. I believe that was a smart play. You know, so Jamil can be near the camera, can have the camera set up for Taggart's crew, but is also then able to help his bro, Mr. Nick Curry, out as well.
If anybody knows how to multitask, it's Jamil Curry.
Oh, 100%. He's arguably the king of multitasking.
Yeah. I mean, Jake Jackson might be a close second because we did see him making some phone calls while competing in a 48-hour race, but nonetheless. All right. Matt, it is time for a coffee refill for me. So take over and chat with the fine folks here because we've got some a lot to go. And, of course, we've got the one, John Marushik, in the chat. I was expecting John to be the first to the party, but he's fashionably late, and I'll take it.
Well, John basically handles all things logistics for all of our events here at Aravaipa, and so due to the heat, he's been coming in super early all week to get stuff done. So he must have just had a little sleep in on the weekend today, you know, it being Saturday. And John in the chat, Marissa Lizak is kicking butt. Yeah, she is incredible and is just absolutely crushing it. And so let's take a look. And there you just saw the handoff. There is Marissa Lizak. Her last lap was 3 minutes and 32 seconds. And again, she's in the 48-hour race. So they started yesterday, and there you can kind of see her on the screen there in the bright yellow. She is second overall, first female in the 48-hour race. As you see Taggart go by, she was your 2019 and 2020 Desert Solstice 24-hour champion, hosted by the very own Aravaipa Running here in Phoenix. And she was the champion at 3 Days in the Fair 48-hour race last year. So super talented runner, and she is having a great run as of right now, as she is over halfway and is approaching the 26-hour mark. So a mere 22 hours left for her. Let's see. And there you've got a little bit of an overhead shot there. Runners, the Zamboni is back out on the ice hockey rink, as I was informed. It is clearly not an ice hockey court, which makes no sense as to why it would be that, but you're seeing Nick Curry and Taggart VanEtten right there, and he is looking really smooth. Again, he's a mere 2 hours in, just under 2 hours in, so I expect him to look smooth at this point still, but hopefully that continues to hold true. I'll be more interested to see how he looks in a few more hours. I think once we get to like that 5 or 6 hour point, that's when we're really going to know if his form is still looking really good. I think he's going to be in for a really great day, and that would be kind of my expectation. I think that he's ready for something like this. So. We're going to go back down trackside here to the Mobile 2 cam. Actually, I take that back. We'll bring it back to static 1. And there is Marissa Lizak and Olivier LeBlond there just off the bottom of your screen now. Oh, and here we go. And so just so that everyone knows, every 4 hours, runners will switch directions on the track. So in about 2 more hours, runners will switch the direction that they are going. Granada trails in the track. I would go to an outside lane if I was to walk. A bit of respect, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways to think of it. I think that some runners move to the outside when they're walking, but I honestly think like staying in lane 1 as much as you can almost gives some of the faster runners more of a clear line to run. So if you have runners spread to like in each of the different lanes, there's going to be a lot of weaving in and out. Whereas if you just always have to pass people in lane 2, sometimes it's easier that way. And I think as long as you're not moving right when you're about to get past, I think it's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, every person is going to be a little bit different. Earlier we saw Jake Jackson walking laps on the very outside of lane 3 on his cell phone, where some of these runners maybe are taking shorter walk breaks and they're going for more of a walk run, especially in the 48 hour. So they may stay in lane 1 and just give some of the faster runners kind of a clear line to run, so that they don't have to weave in and out. And you are seeing Nick Curry coming through there, and it looks like he is currently, based on the tracking, is the third place male right now. And so we will bring that up. So again, you just saw Nick Curry, Aravaipa's very own. His last lap split was about a 2:14. Again, he's already a member of the 24-hour team. I believe his goal today is to crank out a hard 100-mile effort. So I don't know that he's going to go for the full 24 hours. He did run a pretty solid 24-hour earlier at the Alexander County 24-hour, which he won. So, yeah, huge shout-out to Nick there. And there's Jake Jackson down at the bottom of the screen again, walking laps on the phone. He's still getting the laps in, though. That's the most important thing. As you see Taggart coming through, looking smooth. He looks like the pedal is down a bit. It looks like he's moving pretty dang fast. So let's see if we can see what his last lap was there. 143. Yeah, I mean, those low 140s are cranking. And again, ignore the, yeah, there we go. It just auto-corrected to first man and not 22nd man. One thing to note, this is his first fixed-time event. I know that he's only planning to go for the 100-mile record and then possibly the 12-hour record, but he has never been in a setting like this before. Obviously, he's been in big races both as a marathoner, as a triathlete, and in some ultras. But, yeah, this is his first track ultra type thing. So he did set the Treadmill 100-mile world record or world best. I'm not sure what the proper reference is there. Earlier this year, and his debut 100-miler at Tunnel Hill last year was one of the fastest in U.S. history, only to be outdone by the man who has joined us in the chat, Mr. Zach Bitter. And Nick Curry there, still looking really strong. which, again, is expected for someone like Nick. He's very calculated. He runs really smart races. I think he's going to work his way into it and finish strong in very Nick Curry fashion.
It's the only way he knows how to run. Strong, calculated, and typically on the podium. Matt, I have an update for you that is more for just us, but the second pot of coffee is officially brewing.
Oh, nice. So we are on pot. We are about to start pot 2.
Yes. We are averaging about 2 hours and 3 minutes per pot. So if you guys want to keep track of the splits on that for us, we wouldn't hate it. And there's Taggart again, just looking by. He's only on screen for a short amount of time. That's what happens when you're running around 6:30 pace.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you are correct. We checked in just a minute ago while you were gone, Rob, and his last lap split was 1:43. So still cranking. He's still cranking in the low 140s per lap, which is fast. So again, I expect nothing less from him at this point in the race. I think, I'll be more interested to see how he looks and where his lap splits are at in a few more hours. Once you kind of start to get past that like halfway point, like that like 50% to 75% done, that's when it can really start to add up. That can be the tough point in the race because you're still a bit of a ways out. You can't quite smell the finish yet, but you've put enough time in on your feet to where you're really tired.
Yeah. Yeah, so based on that lap split, his average lap split at the 443.45 meter track, he's looking around 6:14, 6:15 pace. If he's running a low 40 split. Yeah, Zach makes a good point about Nick. If watch for Nick to get faster as the hours stack up. Yeah, that's exactly what we can expect to see from Nick Curry. And again, I want to poll the chat now. Everybody that's tuning in on YouTube, all 174 of you, would you consider running a fixed time event? Because you know what? I used to always say no, and after watching this, I think I'm going to have to jump on the track. Maybe I'll be out there for Solstice this year. You can handle the coverage, Matt?
I would love for you to be out at Solstice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have the qualifications to be invited to Solstice.
I didn't mean Solstice. I meant across the years.
But if you were on the track at Solstice, yeah, I would love to provide the live commentary. I think it'd be super entertaining.
Yeah, I definitely would not be invited to the track invitational that is Desert Solstice. So for those of you asking in the chat, where is Taggart Van Etten right now? He is at mile 19. 2 hours and roughly 2 hours and at last check it's 2 hours 5 minutes 10 seconds on the clock. So that'll be updating again soon as we see him go over the mat. As it just did right there. So at 2:07, at 2:06.56, he's at 19.28 miles. Averaging a mid 140, 1 minute 46, 145 per lap which again would have put him around 6:14, 6:15 pace.
Oh, no way. Ultra running history is Davy Crockett. The Davy Crockett.
I knew that was the account. I didn't know Davey was like behind it.
Yeah.
Davey, thank you so much for tuning in.
And thank you for dropping so much knowledge on us.
Keep the knowledge coming, because if anybody knows the history of ultra running, it is Davy Crockett. It's like those times when you see Run Steep Get High in the chat, and a lot of folks don't think it's actually Jamil behind it when it really is. So. Yeah, we got some love out there for Across the Years I'm seeing in the chat. That would be a good one to jump in, fixed time. Now, what do you think I would run for fixed time? 24 hours. You think I'd be able to hit 100 miles at current fitness?
At current fitness? Goodness, no. We barely made it 27K.
I might have to.
We could have had all the time in the world, and we couldn't have gone much further.
You know, maybe that's where we can rematch, but I call dibs on commissioning Coach VanEtten for myself. Or maybe he can coach us both, so it's fair game.
No, I think that you should have to get a coach from Long Island.
There's a lot of fast Long Islanders out there. So, it's fair game. I see you want the Illinois connection.
Well, yeah.
You know,
I want the EIU educated person to be coaching me, not you.
Well, I proudly claim Arizona as my home now, so I will just have Nick Curry coach me.
Yeah, I hope you don't plan on visiting New York anytime soon, brother. Yeah, you get. Man, what about Zach Bitter? You could have Zach coach you, and I'll have Taggart coach me.
There we go. That sounds like I actually think that's our next project. So, Zach, if you're listening, I will have to get some coaching tips. I used to live in the same area as Zach, and he routinely dropped me on, without knowing, running around the block in the canals. I couldn't catch up to him, so I've been routinely dropped by the former world record holder.
Were your expectations higher? I was going to say, I'm sitting here thinking, like, yeah, of course you were.
I was hoping to catch up for at least, a block or two, but no dice. It looks like John Marushik is going to go for the 6 days at Across the Years.
I love it, John. I love it.
Speaking of people who dropped us at Big Pine, it would be John Marushik.
Yeah, we did get a brief check-in with John Marushik at Big Pine, and then he put the hammer down and said, Sorry, kids, I got to go.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. It's going down at 6 days in the Dome in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. At the Pettit National Ice Center. Inside, it's in the low 50 degrees Fahrenheit, around 30 to 35% humidity. Ideal conditions for setting a world record. Ideal conditions for running at any pace, but especially when you're moving at 6:14 per mile, which is Taggart VanEtten's current average pace. And Matt, you've got a big smile on your face. Hit me with an update.
Well, Zach Bitter in the chat, I promise not to make you run 200-plus mile weeks. So as your coach, you can now refer to him as Coach Bitter, Rob. You can refer to him as Coach Bitter. He won't make you run 200-mile weeks, but it sounds like he's down.
Well, you know what? Taggart ran a 2:37 marathon with less than 30 miles per week training. So maybe if we can give him a sub 30 mile per week training plan and still try to run a 2:37 marathon, with my PB being a stout 3 hours 25 minutes, I think I can make it happen.
You just said so much stuff right there. Rob and Matt come out to one of the Nardini Series races. I don't know I know that the last Nardini Series race is in November, John. I don't know if I'll be recovered from Big Pine by then. But no, the Nardini Series races are a lot of fun. So those are our Aravaipa fixed time event race series that are out at the iconic Nardini Manor, which is pretty epic.
Yeah.
So if you're an Arizona local and want to get a crack at a fixed time race, John Marushik frequents the Nardini Series races as well. So.
I might jump into one. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a look at the schedule, see what works. I'm going to jump into one.
You should. You want me to crew?
Can you crew for me?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe we'll live stream it to Instagram or something.
Charlie's giving a shout out to Hotfoot Hamster, one of the Nardini Series fixed time event. Yeah, fixed time it's definitely a completely different side of the ultra running spectrum.
Yeah.
It's actually the first. There's a big, being from New York, Matt, as you like to point out that I am from. You don't think I'm as loyal to New York as you might think, but there's a lot of great history in the fixed time events in New York. Of course, the Self-Transcendence run.
Yep. Classic. Zach says, Coach Bitter to you, Mr. Bitter to me.
I think it's a win. I
Can
think I
work
just
with
picked up a coach.
325. Yeah, I think you just picked up a coach. Just send the invoice to Jamil, Zach.
We'll expense it from Steep Life Media.
There was a question in the chat. No, New York, very iconic fixed time events. There was a question in the chat. How do you stay healthy running 200-plus mile weeks? I'm not quite sure. I think part of that is that that Taggart is 25 years old, so he is still young, and he did a lot of triathlon stuff prior, so he wasn't just focusing on running, so he didn't already have a lot of wear and tear on his legs. But, I mean, it's still a unique thing to be able to run. He ran 8,000 miles in the last year prior to this race, in the 365 days leading up to this race. 8,000 miles. To be able to do that and stay healthy it's not just that he's 25.
Right. Well,
there's more to it than that. It's genetics, and it's his body being able to handle that workload at this time in his life, and it's crazy.
Those factors aside, which I completely agree with, definitely a huge part of it. When I spoke with him, he said there are a few different elements that allow him to train as much as he does with as high a volume as he does. He says he runs slow, most of his miles slow, but then when you come down to the pounding, he runs a lot of miles on soft surfaces. So he puts in a lot of time on the treadmill and a lot of time on the track. He's not exclusively on the road.
Yeah, well, and one of the beautiful things about the middle of nowhere, Illinois, no disrespect to the greater Peoria area, is a lot of the roads on the outskirts of the cities will have like little gravel spots right next to the road, so you can get a little bit softer than like the concrete or asphalt roads there.
Is that a standard Midwest thing or just that area?
I think it's just like a kind of a rural thing. Like I think it's like rural. It's like rural roads.
Okay.
Just have like this little like 1.5 foot section of like gravel, like dirt gravel between the road and the grass.
Got it.
In my experience.
Yeah. Well, you'd be the one to ask.
That wouldn't be the case on like town roads and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's mostly it's mostly rural stuff. That was one of the big benefits of living and training in the great town of Charleston, Illinois, while I was at EIU, was that all of the running routes primarily went to the outskirts of this 8,000-person town. So you got like, yes, you were road running, but you were able to get like less pounding than like traditional asphalt.
It makes a huge difference.
I mean, when you're running 8,000 miles, taking a little bit of impact off every step can add up.
Yeah, no different than having a shoe that's a half ounce lighter. That adds up over
for sure
all the miles.
For sure.
So again, if you are just tuning in, as I continue to see the stream numbers come up here on YouTube. I want to welcome everyone if you are just joining in, and for those of you that have been with us since 9 a.m. Central Time. We are watching Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick.
And there's the man himself.
There he is.
On your screen.
Right on time.
You couldn't have queued that up any better.
Well, you know what? It's like clockwork. I'm trying to channel my inner TVE.
I think you're counting in your head. You're like, okay, once I get to 1 minute and 42 seconds, he should be on the screen.
You know I'm not doing math. You know me well enough by now.
It's not really math, it's counting. Is counting math?
For me, anything with numbers is math. Charlie Seymour is asking about Cocoa. Oh my word. Cocoa Dome Nut merch.
I have no words.
I
just
no
have laughter.
words. But that is brilliant, and we are in an interesting, exciting rather, phase here. It's at Steep Live Media. We are going to be launching a lot of new merch across all of our brands, and I don't know, Charlie. We're going to have to put that one in the great idea pile and see if we could put it on a shirt, because I think eventually will be a Cocoa Donut and maybe a Cocoa Dome Nut.
I love it.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about the Pettit Center, as you pointed out earlier during the drone shot, Rob, it's not actually a dome.
It's not like a dome, but it is from ground level. It's a dome. So I'll take it. It's certainly massive. Like, I mean, so you can't see this on your screen, but there's not one but two full-size ice hockey rinks. So it's quite the center. And, of course, obviously it's going around, so it's 443 meters circumference. And there's Taggart, black shorts, orange shoes, rocking the Nike Alpha Flies, the shoe of choice for a lot of speedsters out there. And again, if it does not pick up a sponsorship by either Nike or Hoka or something like that by the end of this record, I'm going to pull this word out of retirement, flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted is the word. I'm already somewhat flabbergasted that he doesn't have a footwear sponsor. I don't care what brand it is. Someone needs to reach out to this young man because, one, he's amazing. He went to EIU, of course. But what he's accomplishing and doing it's different, you know? And I think that it's valuable, and he's an amazing athlete and an amazing ambassador for the sport, and he's young, you know?
He's an incredible role model as well, because he is a teacher, K through 8, PE teacher, and I know when I spoke with him, you know, all the students are really behind him. They started with not believing him and that he would go run 100 miles. Of course, then Tunnel Hill happened, and then the Treadmill World Record happened, and they were like, well, he's not lying anymore. So they're all about supporting Coach V, and even gets out there and runs on the track, does some of his workouts I've seen with some middle schoolers. We're getting some great ultra running history here from Davy Crockett himself. The first known fixed time race was in 1806 in England, but it wasn't until the 1870s that they became big time spectator events. Yes, and shout out to MSG, Madison Square Garden. That's where they used to run some of those events.
What is that?
What's that?
Yeah, what is that facility?
Madison Square Garden.
Oh, it's not the Pettit Center. That's all I know.
Well, you know, you always like to challenge me. You think I don't know anything about New York, as if I didn't live there for the first 26 years.
If you don't know Madison Square Garden, you would need to be banished from the state of New York. Like, you're on the no-fly list. You can't even actually drive into the state.
It's obviously one of the biggest arenas for everything from concerts to hockey to basketball.
Zach makes a good point. I believe the dome name is carryover from the first event that used to be in Alaska.
That is right.
Yeah, that is right.
In Anchorage back in 2014.
Yeah, so we got to let it slide. You're right, Zach. We'll let it slide. The Pettit Center is shaped more like a tuna can almost when you look at it from the sky view. Which is not as good of a name as the 6 Days in the Dome. You know, Rob, I've still got to be looking for bib 148 here because
You're
I
looking for
haven't
the hair,
seen.
right?
I'm looking for the hair. And there's Marissa Lysak, who is in the 48-hour race,
Just plugging
and
along.
there is Taggart VanEtten. We got a
Followed by Olivia
cool,
LeBlanc.
Yeah. Charlie Seymour in the chat. Madison Cube Garden is also cool. We got bib 139 there coming through. I'm going to pull up and see who that is. I've seen her a few times pass through and have not been able to identify her. That is
That's
Tatiana.
That's our female leader in the 24-hour.
Yeah, I was going to say she's
place
running
overall
really smooth.
of Houston, Texas. And
There is Nick Curry collecting his, I don't know if you saw there, collecting his lap splits as he hit the split on his wrist. And there is Taggart VanEtten coming up once again. And that is bib 147. That is Mr. Yeager, who we saw. And actually, that isn't Taggart. Sorry. It's another shirt. I think, are we up to 3 shirtless runners now?
We're seeing shirtless. Well, Taggart is setting the trends.
Yeah, well, he set the trend. Did he make it a full lap with his shirt on?
I don't know. I couldn't get confirmation on that. First lap, and before the start, he had the white rabbit singlet, and then it was gone by the lap one, by the second lap.
And that who just came by was bib 135, which I believe was Walter Orwin. Yep, it was Walter Orwin. So right there in the white hat who had just come by was Walter Orwin. You see him on the screen there at the bottom of the screen in the white. And there is Taggart VanEtten just cranking right now. And again, we are live at the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt, brought to you by the wonderful people at SaltStick during the Saturday 24-hour race here at 6 Days in the Dome. So you will see Saturday 24-hour runners on the track, as well as the 48-hour runners who started yesterday at 9 a.m. Central Time. So you're going to see a variety of different paces and racers out there. Lots of amazing stories out there, both on the elite and non-elite side. I was trying to see if Miss Jamila had any update, but all of my tracking updates are showing that she has only done 1 lap, so she may not be doing the second 24-hour race. She's from Atlanta, so I knew of her in my time spent there in Atlanta, but she was signed up for the Friday 24-hour, which she successfully completed, and then she was signed up for the Saturday 24-hour, which it looks like she is not doing. I believe she did 1 lap, and then she was also signed up for the 6-day, which starts tomorrow at noon. So we will see if she ends up resting and bouncing back for that, or what happens there. So again, we are trackside now. And let's see what bib we have here. That is bib 124. So that was Angie Darbison, who is our 3rd female, 7th overall in the Saturday 24-hour. She is from the great state of Wisconsin. She is from Madison, Wisconsin, home of the Wisconsin Badgers.
Getting some amazing history again from Davey Crockett in the chat. This is my favorite tidbit of the day. This is a race I'd like to compete in. In 1885, some ultra runners put roller skates on their leather running shoes, competed in a fixed-time 6-day race at MSG. The winner reached 1,092 miles.
Well, I believe there was a question posed on Taggart's Instagram at one point whether Heelys were allowed.
Now, that'd be interesting. A Heely, it's more of like a hybrid kind of record. It'd be interesting.
I think he would be slower in Heelys than he is in Alpha Flats.
Maybe, yeah. I'd have to basically skate shoes.
Yeah.
Amazing. We've got some good cross conversation happening amongst the ultra running community here in the chat, and that's what we love to see. So again, you are watching Taggart Van Etten's 100-mile world record attempt, presented by SaltStick at 6 days in the Dome in Milwaukee. We are coming at you in the studio in Phoenix, Arizona. But of course, we've got our cameras out there, and the leader of it all, Jamil Curry, on the ground in Milwaukee. Really quadruple dutying between social media, photography, or photography for social media, race day photography, cameras, and of course, crewing for his brother Ned. We can't leave that one out.
Yeah, we can't forget that that Jamil is also there to support his brother. And there you see Jake Jackson still out there getting laps in as Taggart Van Etten laps him again.
Of course, Jake has been out there since yesterday at 9 a.m. Central. So he has 24 hours and 30 minutes on his legs of running, of moving, relentless forward motion.
That clock is 9:30 our time.
That is, he's got more than 24 hours. I have to get to I keep staring at the clock.
So
it is 11:30
26
there.
hours.
26:30, yes. Apologies there. We are on Pacific or Arizona time, which is its own thing. If you're from Arizona, you know what I mean. We don't change our clocks. But of course, this race is happening in Central Time. There's Nick Curry plugging along. And again, we will have this stream up until 1:30 p.m. Pacific, 3:30 Central, and we will restart that stream. We are still plenty hours away from that, but just wanted to give you all an occasional heads up about that because of time limits. We do have to reset the stream. And luckily, unlike Cocodona, we'll just have to do that once throughout this entire broadcast, but we're going to be doing that at 3:30 Central. So about 4 hours from now.
Yeah, still plenty of time on this stream here. We're about 2.5 hours into this world record attempt.
Yeah. Matt, how's that 100-mile blend coffee treating you?
It's good. I need to go get a refill to be.
We'll
To be
refill with that
perfectly
fresh pot because we are going to be here. Charlie, I assume there isn't any drone footage here. No drone footage indoors. As you can see, it's pretty low roof. But we did. And it looks like Jamil said he might be able to pick up a drone, get some drone footage inside. We did have drone footage to kick off the coverage from the outside to give you a view of the Milwaukee skyline and, of course, the Pettit Center. And if I was a betting man, I would say that there's a good chance we can get a little bit of an indoor flyby, a safe indoor flyby, as we do have a pro drone operator on hand, that being Jamil himself. So stay tuned, as he said, Charlie. I'm sure we'll have something special for you as we continue this coverage of Taggart VanEtten, who is in the orange shoes, who just ran past the left of your screen, attempting his 100-mile world record. Charlie asks if Matt and I are fueling on gels again like we did for Cocodona. No gels this time, at least not yet. I don't think I'll need them for this short distance broadcast. We are just going 14 hours today compared to what we did last time. So I've got some salt tabs next to me and lots of coffee, and who knows, an occasional PB&J might make its way in. So we'll see. But updates on the gels, Charlie, as this race unfolds. Gregory, no word on who's winning the hockey game back there, but we'll see if we can find out. It might just be an exhibition practice pickup game, but nonetheless, that is front and center on the, or at least in the background. So let's take now a look at Taggart's. We'll get an update on Taggart's average lap time. We can calculate his current splits. At last check, he was averaging about 6:14, 6:15 per mile, which puts him ahead of his. Well, he was actually averaging 6:14 to 6:15 on the last set of laps. So overall, he's still around 6:30 pace. But let's, as of last check, let's get an update on that and see where he's at now. According to my race result, the timing tracker for this event, Taggart is at 23.69 miles, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock as he made that last pass through the timing mat. That's 86 laps around the 443.45 meter track. That is an oversized track, as we mentioned. And those are the timing mats right there across the track, as we'll see Taggart come over it right there. So every time he crosses over there, there'll be an update. he'll pretty soon be coming up on marathon distance. I'll be curious to see what his marathon split is. Faster than your best, Matt. Is that correct?
If not, he's in for a tough day.
Yeah, so Sarah, we are at just under 20. Taggart is just under 24 miles into his race at 2 hours and 38 minutes on the clock. So he is looking quite good on time. He's averaging around 146 per lap, so that's still putting him around 6:15 pace, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I know that someone in the chat earlier who had told us what those split times were. But he is definitely moving. He's definitely moving fast. Oh, man. Jem Rooney in the chat from the wonderful, wonderful Sydney, greater Sydney area. I know that Jem isn't from Sydney. The great state of New South Wales in Australia. So shout out to Jem in the chat. What time is it over there? I know that it is it's like 2:30 in the morning in Brisbane, I think. So I don't know how late it is over there for you, Jem, but my guess is it's awfully late, and we appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah. Jim always tuning out to the Mountain Outpost pods, tuning into our live streams. So big shout out. 2:39 in the morning. That's either an early rise or a refusal to go to sleep. That's like that sweet spot where it could be either. I don't know. Sounds like it's probably the latter.
My guess is the latter as well, but what do I know? What do I know?
I'd say you know a lot, Matt. As Taggart runs 6:25 pace around a track, it looks like now as he gets more and more time, we're getting a better average of what his overall split time for the day is. So now it's looking more like 6:25, which makes a lot more sense.
His average or his last lap?
Because if he's averaging 146, now that we have a bigger field of time to break down.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, that makes much more sense because he said 6:30 was his target pace.
So
Charlie wants to know what's the next Aravaipa Running race we're going to do live coverage for. Well, we do know. You want to tell the folks, Matt?
We'll be live streaming the Kendall Mountain 12-miler.
Kendall Mountain Run in Silverton, Colorado.
The Wands.
in the San Juan Mountains. So, yeah, stay tuned for updates on that. You'll be hearing about that next week.
That's kind of breaking news right here.
It is.
Aside from maybe Charlie. Was it Charlie who we mentioned it to on
we might have mentioned it on the run.
On the run?
Yeah.
So that is breaking news right here on the live stream. Kendall Mountain.
Kendall Mountain's happening.
And it is going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I will be out there in Silverton, so hopefully you won't have too much FOMO. Potentially, we'll see. We'll see if we can get the whole studio out there. But
and shout out to Mayor Shane,
the
Mayor of Silverton, for helping us logistically figure out all the things we need to figure out in order to bring you high-level coverage of what is essentially Aravaipa's version of the Mount Marathon.
Yep.
You know, it's a 12-mile race, straight up a mountain, straight back down.
Yeah.
In the San Juans, and it's going to be epic.
Yeah, so stand by for that. Oh, yeah, we told his wife. That's Jamie, who we did see on course as well. Well, thanks for the question, Charlie. And again, if you're in the chat on YouTube or Facebook, keep the questions, comments, and coming in because we have the chat up here on our left, so we're continuing to monitor it and check in with everybody here as we continue to watch Taggart VanEtten attempt to be the first person to run sub 11 hours for 100 miles. Hit me with it. What do you got?
I think it might be what you just read, that we told Charlie's wife at Big Pine.
Oh, yeah.
About the coverage. Yeah, I just saw that. I've got the chat over here on my phone as well, and sometimes I'm reading the chat and not listening to you.
Lots of screens. You listen to me maybe 32% of the time.
What kind of random number is that?
It's the right number.
I think it's like 33 1/3. That is 1/3 of the time I
think
listen
it's
to
a
you.
little less than 1/3, so that's why.
Okay, that's fair.
So yeah, it looks like Skid Leroy is saying that this pace puts him on 10:55:23. So again, we should recap our predictions because it's one of my favorite things to do.
I think to the second.
To the second.
Yeah, let's go to the second. I didn't have a to the second.
I didn't have a to the
prediction
second.
earlier.
You said, was it 10:58?
Yep, I said 10:58 and change, and so now I'm going to say 10:58:42.
10:58:42. Let's write this down. Well, it's going to be recorded for history's sake.
Yeah.
So put that in the ultra running history books. So 10:58:42 is your prediction for Taggart's new world record time. What will be a new world record?
Correct.
I'm going to have to go with 10:52:44. Because I had said 10:52 and change. I'll go with 10:52 high. So 10:52:44.
There he is. Right there as he is cranking.
Of course, that was.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have the fastest known tiger in the chat.
Oh,
Jeff Garmeyer
has arrived.
entered the room.
The fastest known tiger himself. He's somebody who knows a few things about having some records, huh?
Yeah.
As he's got 16 FKTs, all of which, or at least most of them, self-supported. So Coulter Living Good is asking, how does Taggart not have to go to the bathroom? I would imagine he does. And I did bring this up because I was just as curious as you about this. When I interviewed him on the podcast a few days ago, I did say, so what's the bathroom plan? And we'll see if we can get a camera angle on it. There are porta potties along the course, none of them of which are exactly in frame, but they are basically where those tables would be around the track, kind of just off to the side. So he'll step off, do what he's got to do, step right back on. You know, and overall, you're not going to lose that much time. I think you'd probably lose more time trying to,
not addressing it.
Not address it for 11 hours or 10 hours, 52 minutes, 44 seconds, whatever it ends up being.
Yeah. For sure.
So. That's a good point from Skid, who's continuing to give us great insight. That 2:35 lap he had might have been a bathroom break. Jeff, to answer your question, my man, do they turn around halfway? They turn around every 4 hours. So Taggart will be turning around essentially 3 times during his race. Well, he'll be turning around twice. He'll be going in 3 different directions. You see that self-correction on that math there?
Yeah, look at you
were
go.
Impressed.
Wait, I was. You know, you impress me every day, man.
I believe that is Jennifer Summers coming in from Indiana.
Another Midwesterner there.
Lots of Midwesterners out here.
Love to see it. Yeah, that was Miss Jennifer there. She's cranked off 34 laps, I believe. Maybe more. But yeah. I mean, it being a Midwest race, of course, there's going to be, a lot of Midwest runners. So I'm not surprised.
And I would love to see a lot of things happen after this race for Taggart. Not only a shoe sponsorship, it'd be amazing to see him completely triple, if not quadruple, his Instagram following. So I'd like to see that. If you could pull up his Instagram, we'll show the folks watching in where to follow, all 108 of you. I want to see if we can up Taggart's following here. So it is going to be at right now. We now have roller skaters joining in on the action.
Where?
Right in the middle.
Oh, man.
There was just a bunch that went by. So I thought that was, you see it now? Those are inline hockey skates. That's because that's not iced surface. That's typically where the speed skating training course is.
Wow, we're hitting the trifecta.
Yeah. So this is a very special event. It just so happens to have a world record involved. So there it is. Unless, inline skates. So again, if Taggart, we pulled up his Instagram earlier and his Twitter, so give him a follow. We are here to support TVE because we are on the Coach V train.
Yeah, and Taggart does not have any sponsors outside of the wonderful people over at SaltStick. And as you all can see on the screen there, Taggart's world record attempt today is brought to you by SaltStick. They are the presenting sponsor here, and they are the only electrolyte brand that offers a family of products specifically designed to essentially mirror the electrolyte breakdown found in sweat. So really great products. Their sourced and buffered ingredients help kind of combat dehydration and prevent muscle cramps. And they're just, trying to support endurance activity without causing the stomach issues that can be found with other products sometimes. So if you're interested in trying their product, use the discount code WORLDRECORD at saltstick.com for 20% off. Definitely give them definitely try out their product because I think it's really good stuff. And the importance of electrolytes is key and can't be overlooked in endurance activity, Rob.
That is absolutely correct, Matt. And you would know that quite well as a collegiate runner, but also somebody who has studied that topic.
Troy Eisenberg in the chat. Is this the greatest hockey game roller skating 100 miler ever? I don't know, but what I do know is this is probably the best hockey game roller skating 100 miler coverage
look at these,
of all time.
They're just
those,
dialed in.
I wonder if those are probably speed skaters doing drill work, right?
Yeah, they're probably training.
Yeah, so those are probably like people that we'll see in next year's Olympics.
Potentially. So
There
again,
is Olivier Leblond right there at the bottom of your screen. Third place at the 2019 IAU, basically the World 24 Hours. So shout out to him. He is the 2019 6 Days at the Dome 48-hour champion. And it's just amazing.
going for a repeat.
Yeah. And he's running really strong as well. He is actually the overall leader of the 48-hour right now. You know, I am actually excited, Rob. I just want to see a big check in this hockey game so that I can provide commentary on it because I think that'd be awesome. I believe this is youth hockey, but I'd love to see someone get stuffed into the boards there. I think it'd be cool.
Gregory Ryan is absolutely right. We have been talking about the Heelys, and they really did take it up a notch with the full-on inline skates. Did you ever play roller hockey, Matthew?
Yeah, I played a little bit.
Yeah.
And
arguably more fun than ice hockey.
My parents stopped letting me play because I broke my stick over a goal once when I missed a shot. So
that doesn't sound like the sports problem. That sounds like a Matthew.
Yeah, it wasn't the sports problem. It was a me problem.
And 165 coming in. That'll be that was Regina Suey from Jacksonville at bib 165 who just came through.
Oh, there was bib 168. Is that who has the good hair, or was it bib 148 was the good hair?
I thought it was 172.
Nah, was it? That was Ben Zamzo. And there went Nick Curry right there. And Tatiana Rapinski was right with Nick.
So it looks like Taggart roughly running at he ran a 2:52 and change marathon split, which puts him right on his record pace. So he is clockwork on time, a little more than a quarter away to his goal.
Yeah. I mean, he's cranking. He is cranking, and he is approaching the 3-hour mark, which means we will have one more hour of running before we make the switch of directions. So again, we have both the 48-hour and the Saturday 24-hour going on right now. So you are seeing athletes at various points in their journeys. So the 24-hour runners are about 3 hours into their adventure today, and the 48-hour runners are about 27 hours into their adventure today. So you're going to notice people in various states of their run. And there you see Taggart on your screen in the bright orange Alpha Flies. He is still looking pretty good as he continues to just crank it out lap after lap. And then again in the blue shirt there in the second lane, in the center lane, that is Olivier LeBlanc from the great state of Virginia. And there we have in lane 1 in the red, Ben Zamzow. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Zamzow. And we have the inline skaters enjoying their time, taking in, this is that would be a good way to take in the experience. You get to skate around and watch both ice hockey and some running.
I almost think next year we should go out there
and live
do it
stream
from skates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why not?
That's what we're going to do.
That would be the definition of a mobile studio.
We are about 3.5 hours into our coverage to include the pre-show, so the jokes are definitely going to start flowing.
Oh, yeah.
The quality of them. Sometimes they could be above average. Other times, well.
Sarah just let us know that you can't do that in youth hockey. So there will be no checks into the boards. So
Yeah, I thought you were kidding. You didn't know that?
no, why would I know that?
Otherwise,
I just wanted to see someone get stuffed into the
get
board.
five for fighting.
That's all right. Troy Eisenberg, 10:59 will be so amazing. Love how he pulls the community in. Yeah, for sure. And that is why we created these 10:59 or bust in the Run TVE line, which the link to that shop is in the description of both the YouTube
below.
channel and Facebook. And 50% of those proceeds will actually go directly to Taggart. So, again, he has only one sponsor, the wonderful people at SaltStick. And so if you want to help support him, buy the merch, enjoy a Run TVE shirt or a 10:59 or bust shirt, and 50% of the money is going to the man himself.
Yeah. Actually, we'll pull up the entire store
Yeah.
on the screen in just a bit, so you guys can take a look. And again, the name of the game is supporting Taggart himself. So we gotta hook the crew up as we did promise with some of these shirts. But
If Mama VanEtten is still in the chat as well,
Yeah.
I think she certainly needs a Run TVE shirt, to say
Yes.
the least.
just perusing the chat here. Yep. So again, as you can see the hashtag in the top right of your screen, 10:59 or bust has been what has been on Taggart's mind since January 2nd of this year, as this is his A goal, being the first person to run sub 11, under 11 hours. And we have an update. We will be bringing you indoor drone shots at some point within the next hour. We did get confirmation that our Part 107 certified pilot, licensed pilot, Jamil Curry himself, will be flying the drone indoors. I think that is better than following on with inline skates, Matt.
That's amazing. I was sitting here with my mouth open because this was something that I knew Jamil wanted to do.
Yeah. Oh, come
was
on.
fly the drone inside.
You knew it was going to make it happen.
And so sounds like that is going to happen. And, that's what we're all about here at Steep Life Media is just trying to bring you the most robust and comprehensive coverage we can. And so apparently the drone is going in the air inside here. But think next year if we had drone coverage and the mobile inline skate studio. We'd need a third person to just carry a backdrop behind us.
Yeah.
And
here he is coming out. You see him stepping into in lane 2. That's
Is
Taggart.
he watching the ice hockey game?
I think he's trying to get. I don't know. So again, that TVE merch right here. If you go, the link is in the description on Facebook and YouTube. 50% of the proceeds do go to Taggart Van Etten himself.
And we were so excited about this merch line that we even did our very own photo shoot just for this. So if you're interested, you want to support Taggart, go check out the merch. It's amazing. 50% of the proceeds will go to Mr. Van Etten, Coach V.
That is correct, Matt.
So again, this is actually one of my favorite camera angles that Jamil was able to set up. The trackside cam, where we are right in there, getting you live shots from the 6 days in the Dome, 24-hour Saturday event, and the 48-hour event. The Taggart Van Etten show, his 100-mile world record attempt, brought to you by the wonderful people at SaltStick. Bib 152 just went by with the multicolored full tights, and I'm going to try and identify who that is in just a moment. That is Hannah Carta, who just passed by in the multicolored tights, bib 152. And again, we are just over 3 hours in to the 24-hour race that started at 9 a.m. Central Time this morning, 7 a.m. in the great state of Arizona. There was Tatiana Rapinski, who just passed moments ago. Here is Nick Curry, bib 122 there, Aravaipa's own. So many people out there just crushing it, and here comes the man himself, Taggart Van Etten. Still looking really smooth. Again, we're only 3 hours in, so he is a little over 25% of the way home. So the expectation is that he still looks good. And there is Jake Jackson still cranking out some laps. Walking on the outside in lane 3 there. And there is Olivier LeBlond, the current leader of the 48-hour race, which they are about 27 hours into. Mama Van Etten, we will get you one, Mama Van Etten. We will get you some merch, that's for sure.
So Pieter Mier asked a good question. We don't have the capabilities to overlay everything on the screen, all of the live data, but we can pull up per runner. So we'll pull that up in a bit. We're just getting the browser refreshed. But yeah, right now, Taggart is just ahead of pace, a few seconds under that sub 11 hour pace, a few seconds per mile, I should say.
So you can see we are just trying to get that that lap split on the overlay there to update, and so that is what we're currently trying to do, is get that refreshed. However, we are able to do this, which shows you lap splits. And so if we go down here, and this is as up to date as we currently have it, is his last few laps have been his last 10 to 15 laps have been between about 145 and about 146 and 148, so running right around 4 minutes per kilometer, which is in the kind of mid-6 range. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but that's probably right around 6:30 pace. And Caleb Evans in the chat looks like he is currently on pace to finish around 10:54, 10:55. Yeah, I think that is correct, and we're actually working on on potentially trying to bring in a graphic that that would showcase where he's at relative to record pace. So we're seeing if we can get that produced here in the near future. I'm not sure if it's going to be doable or not, but we are working on something like that so that we can just continue to bring you all good coverage.
That's right, Matt. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. We are about
We're about 48 minutes away from a change of direction, Rob.
That's what I was thinking. It's the exact math I was attempting to do. I keep looking at our local time clock, and that's what's throwing me off because we are in Phoenix 2 hours earlier.
And there is Mr. Van Etten on your screen right now. Again, still looking really smooth. I think if he looks that smooth in another 2 hours, Rob, I would be ready to book it.
Yeah?
Yep.
That early?
Yep.
All right.
If he looks that good at 5.5-ish hours, book it.
Okay.
Can take it to the bank, buddy.
I think he knew from mile one that he's got this, just like he said with the treadmill world record. So I have that amount of confidence as well for it.
I mean, it's a little – I don't want to say it's easier on the treadmill because it's definitely harder, but when you're on the treadmill, all you have to do is not change the pace and not fall off. Like, don't fall off the actual treadmill.
I would definitely fall off.
And don't touch the buttons.
I would definitely fall off.
You know, there's a little more here. Obviously, there's a little bit less mental angst because you're able to, like, be moving.
Right.
And he's going to be able to watch some hockey, you know, maybe see some inline skaters, stuff like that, you know. But, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he probably feels pretty good right now. But, I mean, there's still – anything can happen. But if he looks this smooth at about the 5.5 – at about the halfway point, I'd be ready to, you know, as the great Seth Davis says, Sharpie.
Oh, we're bringing that in? Put it in Sharpie?
Sharpie.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick I'm really going to stick to the 10:52:44 prediction that I've got.
Well, yeah, there's no changing.
No, I'm not saying I'm going to change it.
You
I'm
can't
just
change
saying
your
I'm going to say I really I'm still backing that.
Well, at what point does the conversation shift from sub 11 to
sub 10:50?
10:50 or bust?
I mean, I feel like we got to be at least 8 hours in before that.
Yeah.
Right? Would you agree with
that?
that?
For that.
Yeah.
I think world record will be able to book that at the halfway point.
Maybe. I mean, there's no doubt that we're both sitting here believing in that, so that the world record is happening. As all of you joining us, just about 200 of you across YouTube and Facebook have been joining. You've been here with us since 8:30 a.m. Central, since we started 30 minutes before the start of this race. And now we are a few hours in. $108 laps. Kind of coming up on, well, not too far away from 50K pace, from a 50K distance, excuse me. Another about 1.5 miles to go to hit that. Incredible. It looks like Nick Curry has moved up to third overall behind Jacob Moss.
Jacob is bib 133. I'll have to be on the lookout for him as well. Also another member of the 24-hour team for the U.S. who will be representing our great country at Worlds. So shout out to Jacob Moss, and hopefully we'll be able to see him at some point.
Matt, I'm not sure if we're just going for the immersive experience or not, like we do at Cocodona, but it does feel like the temperature in the studio is inching closer and closer to the mid-50s. We're going to need to make some limited Run TVE hoodies for us in the studio because it is Well, I just feel like we're getting in the mindset and the getting the physical environment that
Yeah,
the
I
folks
mean,
in the dome are at.
I mean, we've got the studio cranked down to 55 with 30% humidity. We're just trying to get in the zone. You know, we want to experience this event in its fullest capacity.
That would be the biggest gap in outside temperature compared to inside temperature.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be over 115 today here in Phoenix, so.
Yeah, and it is already 104 degrees here in the Valley of the Sun at 10:18 a.m. Phoenician time, noon 18 p.m. in the great Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes. Meanwhile, it does look to be in the 70s in Milwaukee, so but of course, none of that is too relevant when you're running inside of the ice rink at the Petite National Ice Center in Milwaukee. Nick Curry on the bottom of the screen. In third place.
And again, there you see in lane 3, Jake Jackson still cranking out some laps. He's been walking laps for a little bit now. Not sure if at some point he's going to get back out running or what his plan is, but he's in the 48-hour race and is also a member of the U.S. 24-hour team. And there you see Taggart Van Etten coming into frame, looking pretty smooth. I mean, not a whole lot has changed in his stride, in the way he looks. And then at the bottom of your screen in like the navy blue, that is Tatiana Rapinski, the women's leader currently for the 24-hour Saturday race. So you just saw her pass by there.
And again, Taggart Van Etten's predicted finish time based on current pace is 10:53:24.
Based on current pace or average?
Sorry, you're right. Based on average pace, his average pace so far 10:53:24.
So, I mean, we may have the 1050 or bust. It may be coming.
We're going to have to start
It's
printing
too
some
early
new
to tell.
shirts.
So again, you are currently tuned in to the Taggart Van Etten show, presented by SaltStick as he attempts the 100-mile world record here at 6 days in the Dome. But you are also getting bonus coverage of a youth ice hockey game. I don't know what teams are playing. I don't know what the score is, but enjoy it, you know?
And as Dylan points out in the chat, the ice rink does make this ideal. This is the ideal setting to run your best time, whether that best time is or your best distance, depending on what your goal is on this course, for this event. You know, whether that time is just a personal best or it is a world record. This is the setting you'd want to do it in, as it is in the temperatures in the low to mid 50s, and we are about 30 to 35% humidity. This is the Pettit National Ice Center, where world records are born. Of course, this is where Zach Bitter in 2019 set the world record. The previous world record at 11:19. Of course, bested by about 5 minutes by Alex Sorokin. So the current world record stands at just over 11 hours and 14 minutes, and the goal is 10:59 or bust for Taggart VanEtten. The pride of Morton, Illinois, EIU alum, Coach V. He is known by so many things to so many people, and that is him just coming past the screen right there without the shirt, in the black shorts, in the orange Nikes, checking his watch as he stays on pace. At around the 50K mark. Continuing to plug away those 146s per lap. Minute 46 seconds per lap.
And there you see in the yellow shirt, Marissa Lizak, who is the second overall and the current female leader for the 48-hour race. And she has quite the resume herself here, where she is also a member of the U.S. 24-hour team, the 2019 and 2020 Desert Solstice 24-hour champion, and the 2020 3 days at the fair 48-hour champion. So she's got a pretty robust resume, and you just saw her pass by, and there you see Jake Jackson again walking some laps.
Keeping it moving. Relentless forward motion.
He's still getting the distance, you know?
Yeah, so Taggart's averaging 6:32 pace as you see him come in on the center of your screen, and just as fast as he comes in, he's out.
In the chat, what is that? Miggy Lobos, City of Phoenix, quote, citizens, due to the 100-mile world record attempt, set your thermostats to 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Yeah, it looks like John Marushik confirming that Jake Jackson is having some quad and foot issues. Well, as to be expected when you've already got 127 miles on those legs in just over 27 hours.
There's some chatter in the chat about runners and walkers moving to lanes 2 or 3. I definitely get what you're saying. I think though that the more cluttered the track becomes with like people spread across all 3 lanes, the harder it's actually going to be for Taggart to find like the right line to run. So right now it's easy for him to know he can swing out to the inside of lane 2 to pass and has like a clear path forward, whereas you're then going to have like slower runners in lane 1 and potentially people walking in lanes 2 and 3. It can get a little bit more clustered, in my opinion. Now, John, I don't have the fixed time experience that you have, so I will definitely rely more heavily on your opinion there. But I think that is probably the thinking behind it. Is that at the very least the faster runners can then identify the line they want to take a little bit better versus having to kind of weave in and out. And again, we are now about 30 minutes away from the first directional change of today's live coverage. We got to see, a direction change yesterday during the pre-race show, and we saw some amazing dance moves. So I wonder what we'll see today as runners begin to switch directions here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that's where it will happen right there. You see the timing mats on the ground and those cones. Bill Schultz in that blue jacket will come out. He'll put the cone down, and he'll direct runners to make the turn, which, again, I'd love to see what Taggart's turn style is when you're running at around 6:32 per mile pace on the track.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any smooth dance moves. That's for sure.
No, he might not. You don't think he could have pull out some of those dance moves from Sticks or Chubby's from his college days?
From Sticks or Marty's
Sticks
from
or
his
Marty's?
college days. Chubby's was the after hours enjoyment from a food and nutrition standpoint. Yeah, and that's a good point from Zach Bitter, and that was kind of what I was thinking as well, is having runners try to stay in lane 1 as much as you can just gives the faster runners like an easier way to kind of identify their line versus having to weave in and out. You do end up spending most of your day in lanes 2 and 3 probably, but you probably reduce the risk of running into people. And you're not coming in and out quite as much. But thank you for the insight there, Mr. Bitter, and thanks for joining us in the chat.
Again, that is Zach Bitter, who set the world record on this same track. At 11:19. Of course, not to mention, also had the previous 12-hour record at 104.88 miles, both set in 2019. And when we talked to Taggart a few days ago, I said, people want to know if you run sub 11, will you continue on and run for 12 hours straight to potentially break Sorokin's current 12-hour record, which is just under 106 miles. And he had a big smile on his face, and it sounds like him and his crew had been talking about it. And he said, "We'll see." He said he would potentially do a shoe change, and then have a few dozen victory laps around the course to make that happen. But
without the EIU flag, I might add.
Unfortunately, without the EIU flag. But I don't know. How fast does Amazon deliver? Do you think we can get an EIU flag to the Dome in the next,
Now
I
you'd
don't
have
know,
a better chance of
7
having
hours?
someone drive it up from Chicago.
Can you call in some favors, Matt? You're a Midwesterner. You have some friends and family in the Chicago area?
None that would want to drive to Milwaukee to hand off an EIU flag.
Oh, come on. Oh. Check out this info in the chat from Zach. Zach's going to be targeting some fast 100s early next year and planning and preparing for a Transcon project. So he's going to go transcontinental San Francisco to New York City this summer and fall. Well done. You heard it here first. I got to see, Matt, do you think if Taggart breaks the world record and runs sub 11, I'd like to see him on the Joe Rogan podcast. More people need to hear Taggart VanEtten's story.
Oh, for sure.
And I say that because the man himself, Zach Bitter, has been on there, rightfully, deservedly recognized for his incredible times on the track. So it's just the more people we can get eyes on this sport, the more it'll grow the community and opportunities for athletes across the board in ultra running, whether it's on the track, on the trail, in the mountains, or on the streets.
For sure. And I mean, his story is super interesting because he doesn't come necessarily, like, he doesn't come from a super traditional background. Like, he comes more from a triathlon background, but then is running insane weekly mileage.
Yeah.
You know? And he's from Illinois, which is always a cool story. I mean, that's one of the things that I think is going to help Taggart in this situation when running laps around a 443-meter track can be a bit mentally exhausting is, how mentally tough you have to be to continuously train day in and day out in the Midwest. So during the winters, he's running at 4 a.m. and running again after he gets done teaching. He might not see the sun. It's likely really cold. So there's something about having to deal with the elements in the Midwest where temps are going to be in the mid-90s there today, but then during the winter you might have minus 15, minus 20 degree wind chill days. So, I think there's something to be said for that mental toughness and to be able to run that kind of weekly mileage in the elements and to keep just showing up every day.
Absolutely. And we just saw Taggart run by again because he is at mile just about 33 miles into his run, running it comfortably at around 6:30, 6:32 pace. That's averaging a low 1 minute 40 seconds per mile. Per lap on this 443.45 meter course. I believe that's Jamil down there chatting with some folks on the side of the track in the red jacket. He is our sole boots on the ground out there in Milwaukee. Getting us great photography as well as setting up multiple camera angles and getting us a live look inside the Pettit Center where we are on pace to watch history go down.
The first human being to ever run 100 miles in under 11 hours.
It's going to be incredible.
Is this going to be like Ultra Running's sub 4 moment?
I think it is. I mean, let's think about this. We talk about sub 4, right? You know, before Roger Bannister set that mark. You're not talking about sub 3 because it's just not humanly possible to go sub 3, right? So, like, what is the highest rounded possibility? Like, we know, and now it's been proven, a sub 2 in a marathon. That has happened. So now it's like sub 11. We're not going to ever say sub 10 unless you're wearing Heelys. Unless there's an Alpha Fly Heely collab. I don't know that sub 11 on your feet. Sub 10 will happen. So I think sub 11 is the sub 4 of ultra running. Would you agree? You looking at me like I'm crazy, or you?
I would agree. Well, I think that this side of the sport is so new. Like, what is like the actual human limit? You know?
I have, by way of Jamil, I have heard that Nick Curry's take on this is that sub 10:30 is within human possibility. I really believe so. Just like I believe sub 14 at Western States is possible.
But what I'm saying is sub 10 at some point.
Next weekend. Sub 10. Well, that's the thing. It's like sub 10. A few things would have to happen. One or all of the above would have to happen. Human evolution, we would have to just become, over time, ridiculous. I don't know. The bones, ligaments, joints, everything. There would have to be some kind of drastic evolution in that direction. Probably not happening, right? Not a scientist, but I'd say it's not happening. So then it comes down to shoes. But there's already been a ceiling of what's, and you could talk more about shoes, but which I actually would like you to get into. But because there's already a ceiling on what's possible, how far you can push it with shoes, with carbon plates and everything. So there's nothing else other than actually training the body. So when it comes down to taking off, let's say Taggart runs 10:50 today. I don't know that it's physically possible to take 50 minutes off of a record on a flat course when all other variables have been, like, this is the ideal variable. Like, it's something if you see like a mountain race, for example, we'll go to Western, where you see Walmsley run a 14:30 and then run 14:10. It's like you can realistically take 11 minutes off that to run a 13:59 because there's a lot more variables that are out of your control. So much more is in your control right now.
Get all that.
You get it
for sure.
But I want to hear your
what
take
happens. Like, what happens if the sport gets to the point where elite level marathoners in their prime are saying, "Hey, I'd like to give this a crack." Like, what happens when the money is there to make that a viable thing? When you have 202, like 205 marathoners while they're in their prime, train specifically for something like this.
I think that might translate to a 10:20, but not a 9:59.
I mean, 10 flat is 6-minute pace. Do you know? I'm not saying it's like, I don't know whether it's doable.
I'd love to see it, just as everybody else.
Kipchoge runs 6-minute pace in his sleep, I think. You know what I mean? Like, what happens if we ever get like that kind of, if we ever get like that kind of person who decides they want to take a crack at it?
Yeah. You raise a good point. I think we're just gonna have to wait and see. I think we stand on the shoulders of giants. So every time the bar gets raised or the time gets lowered.
I also don't think this is the end of like the super shoe era either.
So let's talk a little bit about that.
I think that
give us the background on shoes. I mean, you used to work in the shoe industry.
Yes.
Very closely. So it's the two brands and what goes into making product. So talk about that. For those of you, us in the chat that might have questions. I mean, we keep talking about the Nike Alpha Fly. It is obviously the shoe of choice for a lot of the fast elites. So give us the full background on carbon plates and where the ceiling is and all that stuff right now.
Yeah, so I mean, Nike, as they have been in a lot of ways, basically developed a shoe that kind of reduces energy expenditure by 4% is what they dubbed it at. I believe that the research behind that was pretty clear that 4% was like somewhere that they could confidently say this shoe improves running economy by 4%, right? And that was with the Vaporfly 4%, which was aptly named. They then came out with the AlphaFly, which they did not do independent testing on to call it the X% or whatever it is, right? But it was likely as good or better than the running economy, the energy expenditure that you gained from the 4%. They did that before any other brand, and then that brought up the huge debate of whether shoes should be allowed to be used basically as ergogenic aids. Is it performance enhancing? Is it mechanical doping, essentially, is the term that a lot of people want to use. A lot of other brands made the shoes, and so what governing bodies did is they basically set the AlphaFly as kind of the limit, right? So there are limits on the number of carbon plates you can have in the shoes. There are limits on the overall stack height, which is kind of another key to the success of the AlphaFly. But one thing that always kind of gets neglected about the AlphaFly that makes it unique is the ZoomX cushioning, obviously, but also the not just the fact that there's a carbon plate, but like the functionality of that carbon plate. So how it is positioned and the shape of that plate is really what makes it kind of the most useful. And so I don't think that the restrictions, though, are going to like limit innovation, right? I think that midsole materials and cushioning materials are going to continue to be developed that are superior to ZoomX foam. So I think as brands continue to develop better midsole materials, that the regulations on stack heights and number of carbon plates and where the carbon plates can be utilized, it's going to slow the progress of how much of an impact shoes have on performance, but I don't think it's going to fully eliminate that. And so, I think that over time, I don't know. A part of me still thinks that over time, with the right person in the right setting at the right time, that sub 10 could potentially be possible. Because I think that there's probably someone out there that if we captured them at the right time in their career, they could probably run 6-minute pace for 100 miles on a track in the right setting, given the right conditions,
That is right. I can see that point. Now that you've laid out all that information, I mean, it's like it is.
I just don't know that
possible.
It's probable, right? Yeah, I don't know that it's probable. It would take the perfect storm, but
yeah.
I think that sub 11 is the first step. I think sub 11 is the first step, and we're getting closer, Rob, to where I'm ready to book it. I'm ready to Sharpie the world record pretty soon.
You're going to Sharpie it already, huh?
I want to get at least to the halfway point, but pretty much there.
Yeah, we are. He is currently... Yeah, wow. Cruising. Just about 35 miles. So, yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of time before you can Sharpie that if you're waiting for the 50-mile mark. But
no, yeah. A little bit of time, but... I mean, look at him as he's on your screen right now. He just looks smooth.
Yeah, he's looking just solid, coming through at around 6:30 pace consistently now. 34.7 miles in. That puts him at a predicted 100-mile time at 10:52.59. I would like to point out Matthew Feldake. My prediction is 10:52:44. He's inching closer and closer. I hope
A lot
I'm wrong
can-
because he'll run 10:49.
A
I
lot
hope
can
that's why
happen,
I'm wrong.
Rob. And, I don't see him falling apart. And you know why? Because he has a wonderful sponsor in SaltStick.
He
and
does. I mean, he's keeping his fueling
has dialed
solid.
in his electrolyte strategy.
He's dialed in the entire nutrition strategy. I mean, he's no stranger to having a dialed strategy. We saw him do it on the treadmill.
Well,
What?
that
Did you
guy
see-
just get like a charcuterie board?
That's what I caught
Is he
my
going to walk
attention.
some
Did you
laps
see
with
that?
a cheese plate?
Let's see if we can get an alternate view on that. Unless they were bringing he was bringing that to his crew, to his crew table rather. Nope, he's on course with the full plate of something. This is fantastic. We'll see if we can get.
This is why ultras are amazing, Rob.
Yeah.
What other sport can you walk and eat a full meal all at once? Like I hope it's like some country fried chicken and potatoes or something. Like,
Yeah,
I hope it's something good.
Do you think he's that's it could be that, yeah. There's Taggart coming through. Taggart moving too fast to hold any plated food.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he'll save that for after.
it's one of the sacrifices you make to attempt to break a world record, Rob, is you don't get to have a full dinner.
It's true. I'm sure he'll have plenty of dinner tonight.
I'm curious as to what's on the plate, though.
I know. Do we think it could be a Freak Bros pizza?
You think Nick flew out with one just for
Potentially.
that guy?
Potentially.
Shout out to that guy. Also, Rob,
Yes, sir.
I'm just noticing in the chat over here, we have a little bit of a celebrity in the chat. We have the Ohio Valley Conference 10,000 meter champion, Dustin Hatfield, in the chat room from the great university, Eastern Illinois University. So shout out to Dustin in the chat.
Apparently, according to him, I believe this is inaccurate, but he said the fastest runner in the marathon is Matt Feldick. I don't think a 2:59 is the fastest time that we've seen.
Well, it's
in
a
the
good thing
marathon.
I've run faster than that, Rob.
What was your fastest? I thought it was 2:59.
No, 2:54.
2:54?
2:56.
Not bad.
Something
take that.
Not great, but that's a terrible sacrifice. No charcuterie for Taggart. Yeah, I know. That is right, Dave Neal. Shout out to Dave Neal. He's done some of our virtual events, I believe, as well. So thanks for tuning in, Dave. I just want to know what's on that guy's plate. I hope it's something good. That's all I got to say, Rob. So I hope it's something good. I cannot tell. It does not look like a charcuterie, though.
Yeah. Too hard to tell, but we'll see if we can get some confirmation on there. What would you eat during a race like that? If you would you plate some food if you're moving slower? Maybe you're out there for the 48, taking some walk breaks. I stand by pizza. Like pizza would be my go-to. Nice vegan pizza.
No, a nice like Chicago-style pizza as you're walking laps.
That would be a little heavy, no?
That'd be perfect.
Well, to
You
each
got
their
to fuel the body, Rob.
Got to fuel. And we are 9 minutes away from a direction change. So we will see a cone go out, and Bill Schultz will tell everybody to put a nice spin move on that cone, and we'll take that in the clockwise direction for 4 hours.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to feel awkward running around a track the opposite direction. As you see Taggart come through here, again, a little less than 8 minutes before we get our first direction change of the 24-hour race here. And
Right,
there you
there he
see Aravaipa's own Jamil Curry there, I believe, possibly trying to devise a plan to get the drone up.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
I think he's going to try to get the drone up in the Pettit Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Scheming and dreaming to get the bird in the sky under the roof. All right. There's a lot of questions about the hockey game out there.
I know. I wish I knew.
So a few questions we hope to answer by the end of it. Who was playing, what the score was, and what was on that runner's plate.
Yeah. Well, I want to see if we can identify
Get
this
that,
gentleman.
Eric Dellinger.
Over the plate. You're
Get
right.
that drone over that plate. We'll see if we get some 4K footage of the food choice. For right now. These are our cams set up. Of course, Olivier Leblond leading the 48-hour race in the blue kit there. Nick Curry coming up on the screen in the white singlet right there in lane 1.
Rob, how excited are you for this turnaround?
I'm pretty excited because, it's as a world record aside, track events are not nearly dynamic as mountain running events or even trail ultra events, which are my favorite. But as we saw yesterday, the cone turn, that added a nice dynamic to the event, not just for the viewer, of course, for the runners as well. So we're coming up on something that's only going to happen a few times throughout the 24 hours of the race.
Yeah, I mean, this will be one of 2 cone turns for Taggart.
For Taggart, that's right. He'll be running counterclockwise twice, and clockwise once. So that'll be 2 turns of the cone, but 3 total direction changes. And Taggart is at.
See him on your screen.
There he is, 35 miles in, almost 36 miles in. Continuing to plug away with these laps in the mid 140s per lap.
Yeah, I mean, still a really solid pace. Doesn't appear to be slowing down at all. No. Just looking great.
Still, he's at 10:52.56 predicted finishing time,
So
given his average pace.
He's inching
Inching
down there.
and closer.
Well, and you have to factor in the first 10 miles were relatively slow compared to what he's been running. Those first 10 miles were a little bit slower. So I'm getting close to saying book it, Rob. Getting close. And there you see in the yellow singlet there is Marissa Lizak. She is the current ladies 48-hour leader. And again, she would have started her race yesterday at 9 a.m. Central Time. So she is roughly coming up on 28 hours into her race.
And she is 156 miles into her race. That is insane. That's a week of running for Taggart Van Etten.
It's like a Monday through Friday.
As he averaged, I believe, 156 miles per week over the last 5.5 months.
Yeah. Well, I mean, geez, 8,000 miles over the course of the last 12 months is around 150 some odd miles per week.
Yeah.
For a year.
It's insane. It's insane. Were you a big 100-mile week, triple-digit weekly mileage guy training in college?
Not in college. Once I got out of college, I ran probably in like the low to mid 90s into the low hundreds at like peak weeks, not year round like Taggart.
Yeah, Taggart definitely a high volume runner, training volume when it comes to Taggart Van Etten.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one of the benefits of being 25, right?
Yeah.
Is your body can withstand that kind of volume, especially when you don't have a ton of volume under your belt. And there you see Tatiana Rapinski, the ladies' 24-hour leader, just crossed on your screen there. And I believe we're getting ready for the cone turn here in a matter of moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, his body's just able to withstand some pretty high volumes. So, you know, I think part of that is just his triathlon background. So he would have like a really strong aerobic engine from his time spent on the bike and in the pool, but was able to develop that without a lot of repetitive stress on his legs via running. And, oh, I see a hand reaching for the cone. The cone is in hand.
That is Bill Schultz in the blue jacket, getting ready for the great turnaround. I think he was giving Taggart and Nick a heads up, like, hey, your next lap will be a turnaround lap. So plan accordingly.
Looks like
There it is. There is
Marissa
the cone.
Lizak will be our first cone turn of the day.
So far, just the classic turnaround. Jake Jackson, the trendsetter of the night.
And we've got an air guitar. Well, is it an
It is
air
a
guitar?
it's a track meter guitar.
It's a meter guitar. And look at him. Oh, man.
He's rocking out.
He is getting it.
Going for it. I can only imagine there's some great music that would get us in trouble blaring right now.
And
And that's what he's playing
Ben
along to.
Zamzow there just made the turn.
Just rocking it.
We've got a cyclist. How's his form, Rob? You're a musician here. How's his guitar playing form?
He's nailing it. I think he needs a signature model. Fender needs to get on that.
Oh, and here comes
Here he comes.
Taggart's turn.
Let's see what his turnstile, pun intended, is.
Oh, he did hit us with the dance
He is the first to go
moves.
with the classic spin move.
He did hit us with the Madden spin move.
He did go with that. He did go. Oh, again. See,
Oh,
trendsetter.
that guy, here's the issue though. That guy bumped into the wall.
Yeah.
He didn't have the spatial awareness that
Well,
Taggart
I
had
think he was
there.
a little distracted by the free rock show that's happening right now.
And
Nick
there's
Curry
Nick
keeping
Curry,
it classic, though.
Classic of natural. Nick Curry was all business. He didn't have time for the spin move. Olivier LeBlanc, again, your 48-hour race leader there in the blue, using it as a moment to...
Oh, going with the full.
Ooh. Man. Dude, this air guitar, it's not an air guitar.
It's
This,
not air. There is an instrument.
Yeah. That's great. This is the energy you like to see, you know? Oh, that guy went around the cone the wrong way.
Still works.
That guy went around the cone the wrong way. Now everyone's going around the cone the wrong way. What is this?
Well, I think you just all you know is to follow the person in front of you. I think that's why once you do a spin move, you kind of set the trend, as we saw Jake Jackson do that yesterday, and now Taggart, the man in the moment, doing that as well in world record
just
fashion.
Happened. I'm pretty sure a guy just came by twice.
Really?
Yeah.
He's really going for it.
Dude, I love it. And there's Marissa Lizak.
And if you're just tuning in, we are live streaming Taggart Van Etten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. We are there he is right there. That is Taggart Van Etten. 6 days in the Dome in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Nick Curry coming through on his first lap since the turnaround. Every 4 hours they will change direction, and this is one of those direction changes that is just, I believe at this point, everybody has made the turnaround. So we will wait for Jamil to get that other camera set up. But right now, here's the scene in the Dome at the Petite National Ice Center. Taggart Van Etten running toward the top of your screen in the orange shoes. Currently well below world record pace.
And Rob, I've got breaking news
Hit me
right
with it.
here on air. Nick Curry has removed the singlet.
Oh. All right.
I think it's time for Nick to
Just throw
get
it
down
down.
to business now.
Well, Nick is on 13:46, 13 hours 46 minutes for 100 miles. That is his pace that he's on right now.
Do you have any insight into what Nick's goal was coming in?
I did not, but I believe through context clues, if you want to call it that, of some brief conversations I had with Jamil earlier in the week, there might have been some talk of a low to mid 13-hour 100-miler. So he'd be on pace for that.
Yeah.
Knowing Nick and the way he races, like he's perfectly on pace for that. His goal, I can say that his goal, like all other times, is to do a solid negative split. So,
Yeah, I mean that's how Nick races. You know, he goes out under control and closes hard. So that would not be surprising. I would not be surprised to see Nick with a finish time in the low to mid 13s, given the fact that he is currently on track to run in the 1340s.
yeah, so Taggart himself is now on 10, slowed down a bit, but 10:54:35 pace for 100 miles. So he's probably running around 6:33 pace per mile. That would put him at. So still right on time, right ahead of time, of course, because 10:59, as you can see that hashtag coming up, 10:59 or bust has been the goal since January 2nd for Taggart Van Etten.
Oh, no, we just got a wave right there on the live stream.
We did.
I'm going to have to pull up. I believe that was bib 149. So let's take a look at who that was. I want to give him a shout out after he waved to us. Let me see here. what was not bib 149. So I don't know who it was. So I'll have to get that guy's.
There's Tatiana, our women's leader. Tatiana Rapinski. She's on 14:39 pace for 100 miles. I believe she is pacing herself for 24 hours, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe. So that's the thing. Again, if you're just joining us, these kinds of races, especially the 24-hour distance, runners will jump in either with the goal of setting a personal best for the full 24 hours, or they will use it as their stage to run a 100-mile best.
And here is a shirtless Nick Curry sighting.
It's getting harder to set them apart because now the trend is black shorts, no singlet, and Nikes on the feet. But, of course, Taggart stands out with a nice road cone orange color, so you could see him from the other end of the track.
Yeah, definitely.
I do like that they have a color that is pretty much Steep Life Media teal, the ever teal.
Yeah, I mean, I think that every brand should have a shoe in that color.
It's a great color.
You know?
I think I'm going to get a pair for the rematch. I'll get a pair for across the years.
You need all the help you can get.
I need all the help I can get. That is
I thought you would learn your lesson, Rob, after the first time I crushed you off no training, but it's going to happen again.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying he would have sponsors soon. I mean, my guess is how many days, if and when he breaks the world record, how many days until he has a contract with a shoe brand and a race kit. He's already covered in the electrolyte spectrum, of course, because SaltStick is his only sponsor right now. But when it comes down to, shoes are the most important part of gear, at least in terms of gear, because it's the one thing that you're wearing on your feet. You're wearing it all the time, and it takes the biggest beating. So we'll see what happens in the shoe game. If I'm a betting man, I'm going to say that he's not too far away from a very well-deserved sponsor. But as he said multiple times in podcasts, he knows his worth, and he loves what he currently does for a living. And running is super important, but knowing his worth, he wants to have a connection with the right brand that also aligns with his goals as an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how he doesn't have a sponsor already, to be perfectly honest. But I don't think that it's going to take too long after a performance like this, assuming that it continues to trend in the way that it is trending. But yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think is that he hasn't raced a lot. Is the only
that's a great point.
Somewhat tangible
There
reason for this man not having a sponsor that I can find. And I won't go off on too long of a rant, but he definitely should be sponsored. Oh, and it looks like, a bit of an update, it looks like we have a new hockey game going. We've got a team in white and a team in red. And before this, we had a team in blue on the pitch, on the rink, on the ice.
Keeping us updated on the hockey, thanks, Matt, because there is a lot of questions about the hockey in the chat, which is hilarious, but also understandable as we are in the Pettit National Ice Center.
And here you see Taggart coming in once again. He is a little over 4 hours. 4 hours in. So he is approaching the halfway point here somewhat soon. He is currently he's approaching the 40-mile mark here in the coming laps. So he's at about 38.5 miles right now. And so he is again inching closer to the halfway point. And here you see Tatiana Rapinski there in the romp shirt. She is the current ladies leader of the Saturday 24-hour, and she is having herself a day. Here's the guy who waved at us. Still couldn't get a read on his bib. But we will have to give him a shout out when we can identify his bib. So we are going to be giving you some dual coverage here as we are watching runners continue their journey, but also bringing you some ice hockey. It looks like the roller skaters have finished up their time. But we do still have dual sport coverage here between the ice hockey and the race, and it looks like there's a guy on his phone there in lane 1. Do you think he is tuning in to the live coverage?
Highly likely.
I'm
going to go with a yes.
If not, he should be. That's for sure.
Well, whether he is or not, we'd like to thank all of you for tuning in on the Steep Life Media YouTube and Facebook channels for this live stream. It means
that was
so much to us.
147 there. I believe that is that is Steven Yeager, who just passed on the screen not just moments ago. Oh, and there went...
Oh, our camera fell over. We'll get that fixed up in a sec. Someone fist bumped the camera, potentially?
Yeah, must have.
Overeager hello to the camera.
Yeah, they just wanted to say hi. You know,
Contact sport.
Maybe let us know that they're tuning in.
And Charlie Seymour in the chat. Everyone who buys a shirt is a partial Taggart sponsor. That is correct. Again, for those of you just tuning in, the shirts that we are wearing, and there's 2 other colorways 50% of the proceeds will go directly to Taggart Van Etten. Because, again, as we keep saying, we want to do as much as we can to support this incredible athlete. Aside from SaltStick, he has no other sponsors to make this happen, and it's not cheap to get yourself to these races to attain your goals, attain your A goals, and completely grow as an athlete. So all of the shirts from this collection, 50% of the proceeds from this collection support Taggart Van Etten. So Run TVE and 1059 or bust. And you can find the link in the description on YouTube to go shop this line and support TVE, Coach V himself, the man, the myth, the Van Etten.
That was good. That was good there, Rob.
Matt, I try. Don't always hit the mark, but you know what?
I mean, all you can do is try.
You gotta put it out there, put it on the line. See if you land it.
Looks like we got a little break in the ice hockey. Do we get some Zamboni action here soon?
I haven't seen any yet. Yeah, so again, Taggart is currently at just under 40 miles in. He's about 39.4 miles for Taggart Van Etten. And again, he's currently running at 10:54.25 100-mile pace. So he's roughly around 6:33 per mile pace right now.
Coming up to mile 40, I believe, for Mr. Van Etten, Coach V, as some would call him. And there you see him passing by. Form still looking pretty dang good. So again, right now on the track are 48-hour runners who started their journey yesterday, and then you're going to have your Saturday 24-hour runners who are on the track as well. So the race itself has 4 different races. So you've got the 48-hour and the Saturday 24-hour, which are happening right now, but you also have the Friday